What if Harry Potter was abandoned? Taken by Ainz overlord. Married to Albedo. Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was abandoned? Taken by Ainz. Married Albedo. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Vanished. Get Out. Vernon Dursley's meaty hand closed around Harry's collar and yanked him out of the car so hard his knees hit gravel. The 7-year-old didn't make a sound. He'd learned that sounds made it worse. Vernon, Petunia said from the passenger seat, her voice thin. Someone might, there's no one for miles, pet. That's the point. Vernon grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him toward the tree line. The forest was dark even in daylight, thick with old growth that swallowed sound. They'd driven for hours to get here. Scotland, Harry thought. Maybe. He'd seen a sign before Vernon told him to close his eyes. Dudley watched from the back seat, face pressed to the window, eating a chocolate bar. Please, Harry whispered. I'll be good. I won't do the weird things anymore. I promise. Vernon backhanded him. Harry tasted copper. You promised last time. And the time before. And what happened? You turned Mrs. Henderson's wig blue. Blue. In front of the whole church. I didn't mean to, shut it. Vernon dragged him deeper into the woods. Branches scratched Harry's face. His glasses, taped together in 3 places, caught on a twig and clattered somewhere into the underbrush. Everything went blurry. We've had enough. 7 years of enough. Should have drowned you in a bucket when they left you on our doorstep, but Petunia said no, someone might ask questions. Well, no one's asking questions now. He shoved Harry forward. The boy stumbled, caught himself on a tree trunk, and turned around. Vernon was already walking away. Wait, Harry ran after him. Please, I can't see without my glasses, I don't know where. Vernon didn't turn around. Solve it yourself, freak. Use your freakishness. Uncle Vernon. The car door slammed. Engine started. Tires on gravel, fading. Gone. Harry stood there for a long moment, shaking. His breath came in short gasps. The forest pressed in around him, dark and blurry and full of sounds he couldn't identify. Birds. Wind. Something moving in the undergrowth. He was 7 years old. He was alone. He couldn't see. He started walking. 3 days. Harry had been walking for 3 days. He thought. It was hard to tell without being able to see the sun properly, everything was just shapes and shadows and a constant green-brown blur of trees. He'd found a stream on the first day and drank until his stomach hurt. He'd eaten berries that might have been poisonous but weren't, somehow. He'd slept in a hollow log while rain pounded the forest and turned the ground to mud. He wasn't crying anymore. He'd run out of tears somewhere around day 2. His feet were bleeding. His clothes were torn. He was so hungry that the pain had stopped being sharp and turned into something dull and constant, like background noise. He kept walking anyway. There had to be something. A road. A house. Someone. The forest didn't end. Harry tripped over a root and went down hard. He didn't get up right away. The ground was soft from yesterday's rain, and it felt nice to just lie there. Stop moving. Stop trying. What was the point? No one was looking for him. No one had ever looked for him. He was a freak, like Vernon said. Unwanted. Unlovable. His parents had died in a car crash because they were drunks, that's what the Dursleys told him, and left him as a burden on good, normal people. Maybe he should just stay here. Maybe he should just, the ground beneath him shifted. Harry's eyes snapped open. The dirt was moving. No, glowing. Faint purple light traced patterns in the mud, lines and curves that hurt to look at directly even through his blurred vision. The light intensified. The air pressure changed, making his ears pop. He tried to scramble backward, but his limbs weren't working right. The light was pulling him down, through, into, Harry screamed. And fell. The impact knocked the breath out of him. Harry lay on cold stone, gasping, staring up at a ceiling that glittered with gold and gemstones. His body felt wrong, stretched and compressed at the same time, and his head was pounding like someone had used it for a drum. He wasn't in the forest anymore. Intruder detected in the throne room, a voice said. Flat. Mechanical. Coming from everywhere and nowhere. Harry pushed himself up onto his elbows. His vision was still terrible, but he could make out shapes. Massive shapes. Pillars that stretched up forever. Flags hanging from heights that didn't make sense. A throne at the far end of the room, and on that throne, something sitting there. Something that wasn't human. Red lights where eyes should be. The suggestion of bone. Black robes that seemed to drink the light around them. Harry's survival instincts, honed by 7 years of Vernon Dursley, kicked in immediately. He dropped flat, pressed his forehead to the cold floor, and made himself as small as possible. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I don't know how I got here, please don't hurt me, I'll leave, silence. The word wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It pressed down on Harry like a physical weight, and he went quiet instantly. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Coming from different directions. Ainz Sama. A woman's voice, sharp with alarm. Are you unharmed? I sensed a spatial disturbance, I am fine, Albedo. It appears we have an unexpected guest. More footsteps. The click of heels on stone. Something that sounded like armor moving. A human child, another voice said. Male. Curious. How did a human child breach Nazaric's defenses? An excellent question, Demiurge. One I intend to have answered. Harry stayed perfectly still. He'd learned that sometimes, if you were still enough, you became invisible. Unimportant. Not worth the effort of hurting. Shall I dispose of it, Ainz Sama? The woman again. Albedo. Her voice was like honey poured over broken glass, sweet and dangerous. The creature is obviously defective. Look at it, trembling on the floor. Pathetic. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Here it comes. Vernon's belt or Aunt Petunia's frying pan or whatever these things, used instead. No. A pause. Harry risked a tiny glance upward and saw a blurred golden-white shape freeze in place. Ainz Sama. The skeletal figure, because that's what it was, Harry could see that now, a skeleton in robes with glowing red eyes, had risen from the throne. It descended the steps with a measured pace, each footfall echoing in the cavernous room. Look at me, child. Harry didn't want to. Every instinct screamed at him to keep his head down, to grovel, to beg. But something in that voice didn't allow for disobedience. He raised his head. The skeleton crouched in front of him. This close, even with his terrible vision, Harry could see the details. Bone white as fresh snow. Eye sockets filled with crimson light. No face, no expression, but somehow, curiosity. Interest. What is your name? Harry. Harry Potter. Sir. Harry Potter. The skeleton, Ainz, tilted its head slightly. And how did you come to be in my throne room, Harry Potter? I don't know. I was in a forest. The ground started glowing and I fell through and, Harry's voice cracked. I'm sorry. I'll go. I'll go right now if you just show me how to get back. I won't tell anyone about this place, I promise, I'm good at keeping secrets, Ainz-sama. The one called Demiurge had moved closer. Harry could see him now, humanoid, but wrong. A tail. Pointed ears. Something metallic glinting behind spectacles. The child's magical signature is unusual. I noticed. Ainz reached out one bony hand. Harry flinched violently, but the hand just hovered near his forehead. Near the scar. This mark. It's not natural. Some kind of curse residue, Demiurge murmured. Soul magic, if I'm not mistaken. A fragment of something foreign lodged beneath the surface. Fascinating. Ainz withdrew his hand. And the protection wrapped around him. Do you sense that? Blood magic. Sacrificial. It triggered when he crossed into Nazarick. That's likely what allowed him to bypass our wards. They're designed to repel hostile intrusions, but this child has no hostile intent whatsoever. Demiurge sounded almost amused. He's absolutely terrified. I can smell it, the woman, Albedo, said with distaste. He reeks of fear. And something else. Malnutrition. Disease. Human filth. Yes, Ainz said quietly. I can see his ribs through his shirt. Harry wrapped his arms around himself automatically, trying to cover the places where his too large clothes hung off his too small frame. I'm sorry, stop apologizing. Ainz stood. Albedo, Demiurge, leave us. Ainz-sama. Albedo's voice rose with something that might have been panic. You can't possibly, this creature could be a trap. If a starving 7-year-old is a trap, then I have sorely underestimated my enemies. A hint of dry humor entered Ainz's voice. I will be fine. Go. A long pause. Then the click of heels retreating, the rustle of fabric, a door opening and closing. Harry and the skeleton were alone. Ainz sat down on the steps leading to the throne, putting himself closer to Harry's eye level. The gesture was so unexpectedly normal, that Harry felt some of the tension in his shoulders ease. Now then, Harry Potter. Let's have an honest conversation. Those red eyes seemed to bore into him. Who did this to you? Did, what? The bruises on your arms. The scars on your back, yes, I can see them through your shirt, it's quite thin. The way you flinch when anyone raises their hand near you. The fact that you immediately assumed you would be punished for an accident beyond your control. Ainz's voice didn't change in tone, but something in the room grew heavier. Who did this to you? Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. No one had ever asked him that before. My uncle. And my aunt. They. He swallowed hard. They don't like me very much. I gathered. Ainz tilted his head. They left you in that forest, didn't they? To die. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. I see. Ainz was quiet for a moment. Tell me about yourself, Harry. Tell me about this weirdness your relatives disliked so much. And somehow, sitting on the cold stone floor of an impossible throne room with a skeleton in front of him, Harry started talking. He told Ainz about the time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley and his gang were chasing him. About the glass that disappeared at the zoo. About his hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia shaved it off. About all the strange, impossible things that happened around him when he was scared or upset. Magic, Ainz said when he finished. You're a wizard. Harry blinked. What? A magic user. In your world, they apparently call themselves wizards. Ainz leaned forward slightly. You didn't know? No, they never told me anything like that. My parents were drunks who died in a car crash. That's what they said. Ainz stood, his robes flowing around him like liquid shadow. Demiurge. The door opened instantly. The demon had obviously been listening. I want everything you can find on the Potter family. James and Lily Potter. Wizarding Britain. And anyone with the surname Dursley living in Little Whinging, Surrey. Ainz's voice dropped. That last one is personal curiosity. Of course, Ainz Sama. Demiurge's eyes gleamed behind his spectacles as he looked at Harry. Shall I have the maids prepare a room for our guest? Ainz looked down at Harry. Would you like to stay here for a while, Harry Potter? Just until we figure out how to get you home. Home. The word felt strange. Harry didn't have a home. He had a cupboard under the stairs and relatives who just tried to kill him. He swallowed. Can I? You can. Ainz turned away, ascending the stairs toward his throne. Albedo, take him to the guest quarters on the 9th floor. Have him bathed, clothed, and fed. And do try not to terrify him further. The golden-white blur that was Albedo materialized at Harry's side. This close, he could make out details even through his terrible vision: dark hair, pale skin, something that might have been wings. Beautiful. And very, very angry about being assigned babysitting duty. Come along, human child, she said coldly. Try not to touch anything. Harry scrambled to his feet and followed her. At the threshold of the throne room, he paused and looked back. Thank you. For not killing me. Ainz waved one bony hand dismissively. Don't thank me yet, Harry Potter. We barely know each other. The bath was the single greatest experience of Harry's life. He'd never had a proper bath before. The Dursleys let him use the garden hose once a week if he was lucky, and in winter he made do with cold water from the kitchen sink while everyone was asleep. But this was a marble pool the size of a small swimming pool, filled with steaming water that smelled like flowers and something else, something magical. The maids who attended him were strange. They looked almost human, but there was something off about the way they moved. Too smooth. Too precise. And they all wore identical uniforms and had identical expressions of polite blankness. Hold still, young master, one of them said, scrubbing at the dirt caked behind his ears. You have quite a lot of accumulated filth. Sorry, please don't apologize. It's not your fault. Her voice was kind, if mechanical. We'll have you presentable for Albedo Sama soon. Harry let them work. They washed his hair 3 times before they were satisfied. They cut his nails, cleaned his wounds, applied healing salves that made his various cuts and bruises tingle and fade. By the time they were done, he barely recognized the reflection in the polished metal mirror. He looked almost healthy. Thin, still. Pale. But the dark circles under his eyes were lighter, and his skin had lost its grayish tinge. The clothes they gave him were unlike anything he'd ever worn. Soft black fabric that fit perfectly, actually fit, not hanging off him like bags. A little silver clasp at the collar shaped like a stylized skull. Shoes that didn't have holes in them. The Supreme Being requests your presence at dinner, one of the maids informed him. Follow me, please. Harry followed. The dining room was smaller than the throne room, but no less impressive. A long table dominated the space, set with more silverware than Harry knew what to do with. Ainz sat at the head, and around him, Harry froze. There were things at that table. Creatures. A massive insect-like being with a frozen expression. A vampire in a ball gown. A dark elf in armor. And at Ainz's right hand, Albedo, watching Harry with open suspicion. Ah, Harry. Ainz gestured to an empty chair. Please, sit. You must be hungry. He was. God, he was. The smell of food, actual food, not the scraps from Dudley's plate, made his stomach cramp painfully. Harry sat. The chair was massive, clearly designed for someone much larger, but as soon as he settled into it, the seat adjusted itself. Magic. Of course. I've taken the liberty of ordering something appropriate for human consumption, Ainz continued. I'm told the kitchen staff are quite excited. They rarely get to prepare mortal food. A maid appeared and set a plate in front of Harry. Roasted chicken. Vegetables. Fresh bread with butter. His eyes went wide. I can really eat this. That is traditionally what one does with food, yes. Harry picked up his fork with trembling hands. Took a bite of chicken. And almost cried, because it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted, hot and perfectly seasoned, and there was so much of it. Slowly, Albedo said, her voice sharp. You'll make yourself sick. Harry forced himself to slow down. To chew. To breathe between bites. While you eat, Ainz said, allow me to make introductions. You've met Albedo, guardian overseer of Nazarick. The gentleman to my left is Demiurge, guardian of the 7th floor. The demon inclined his head. A pleasure, young Harry. The insectoid is Cocytus, guardian of the 5th floor. Welcome. To Nazarick. The voice was like ice cracking. The vampire is Shaltir Bloodfallen, guardian of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Red eyes raked over Harry dismissively. He's tiny. And the dark elf is Mare, guardian of the 6th floor. Hello. A soft, shy voice. It's nice to meet you. Harry swallowed his mouthful of bread. Hi. I'm Harry. We know, Shaltir said dryly. Shaltir. Ainz's voice carried warning. He is a guest. For now, she muttered, but subsided. Harry kept eating. The food was incredible, and there was so much of it, and no one was telling him to stop or taking it away or, Harry. Ainz's voice cut through his food-focused haze. I have something to tell you. He looked up, fork halfway to his mouth. Demiurge has completed his initial research into your background. Ainz's red eyes glowed steadily. Your parents did not die in a car crash. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort. You survived his killing curse, which should be impossible, and the impact destroyed his body. You're famous in the wizarding world. They call you the boy who lived. Harry's fork clattered to his plate. What? There's more. The curse that should have killed you left a fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in your scar. It's been slowly poisoning you your entire life, weakening your immune system, affecting your growth. The blood wards your mother's sacrifice created, the ones that brought you to Nazarick, they were tied to your relatives. You were supposed to be protected while living with them. Ainz's voice went flat. Clearly, someone made a severe miscalculation. My parents were murdered, Harry said slowly. By a dark wizard. And I'm famous. Quite famous, apparently. Demiurge found several dozen books written about you. But I didn't know, no. You were placed with the Dursleys by a wizard named Albus Dumbledore, who apparently believed it was for the greater good that you be raised in ignorance. Ainz's tone made it clear what he thought of that decision. He's been monitoring you from afar, according to Demiurge's sources. He knows exactly what they've been doing to you. The food in Harry's stomach turned to lead. He knew. Yes. Harry stared at his plate. His vision was blurring, and it wasn't just because of his missing glasses. Why? That, Ainz said, is an excellent question. One I intend to answer. But not tonight. He rose from his chair. Finish your meal, Harry. We'll talk more in the morning. Ainz Sama. Demiurge's voice was careful. What do you intend to do with the boy? A pause. Harry looked up and found Ainz looking down at him with an expression that was impossible to read on a skeletal face. The blood wards are gone, Ainz said finally. Broken when they transported him here. If we send him back, he'll have no protection against Voldemort's followers, who are apparently still out there. The Dursleys will be prosecuted for child abandonment the moment he reappears. And Dumbledore will take custody and place him in another, safe, location that will probably be just as harmful. So we keep him? Shaltir asked, sounding intrigued. For now. Ainz looked at Harry. Would you like to stay here, Harry? Not as a prisoner. As a guest. Perhaps, if things work out, as something more. Harry didn't understand everything that was happening. He didn't know what Nazarick was, or why these creatures served a skeleton, or what any of this meant for his future. But he understood one thing: for the first time in his life, someone was asking him what he wanted. Yes, he said. Please. I'd like to stay. Then it's settled. Ainz nodded once. Welcome to Nazarick, Harry Potter. Try not to die. 3 weeks later, Harry got his first pair of proper glasses. They weren't ordinary glasses. Demiurge had commissioned them from someone called the Workshop, and they were marvels of magical engineering. Self-adjusting lenses that corrected his vision perfectly. Frames that couldn't be broken no matter how hard you tried. And enchantments that let him see magical auras, hidden doors, and lies. A small gift, Ainz said when he presented them. I found myself irritated watching you squint at everything. Harry put them on and saw Nazarick clearly for the first time. It was overwhelming. The throne room alone was the size of a cathedral, every surface covered in gold and precious gems and magical artifacts. The Guardians were even more inhuman than he'd realized. Cocytus really was an insect, a massive warrior in crystalline armor with 4 arms and a tail. Shaltir's beauty hid something predatory and ancient. Demiurge's tail moved with a mind of its own, and his eyes behind those spectacles were the eyes of something that had lived for centuries. And Ainz was a skeleton. Just a skeleton in robes. But somehow, looking at him now, Harry could see the power radiating off him in waves. This was a being who could destroy worlds with a thought. Who commanded armies of monsters and demons. Who had, for reasons Harry still didn't understand, decided to take in a starving orphan and give him a home. Thank you, Harry whispered. You keep thanking me. Ainz sounded amused. It's becoming repetitive. Sorry, that too. Harry shut his mouth. Come. Ainz gestured for Harry to follow. There's something I want to show you. They walked through corridors that seemed to go on forever, past maids and guards and creatures Harry couldn't name. Everyone they passed bowed low, pressing their foreheads to the floor. They worship you, Harry observed. They serve me, Ainz corrected. It's not quite the same thing, though the distinction is often lost on them. I am the last supreme being remaining in Nazarick. The others, my guildmates, have been gone for a very long time. Guildmates? A story for another day. Ainz stopped in front of a massive door. This is what I wanted to show you. The door opened onto a library. No, that wasn't right. It was more than a library. It was an entire wing of Nazarick dedicated to books, scrolls, and magical texts. Shelves stretched up into darkness, accessible only by floating platforms. Magical lights bobbed between the stacks like fireflies. I don't know where you came from, Ainz said. Not precisely. Your world has magic, but it's different from the magic of Yggdrasil. Different from this world as well. If you want to go home, if you want to learn about your parents, your heritage, your enemies, you'll need to understand all 3. Harry stared at the endless shelves. You want me to study? I want you to learn. Ainz placed one bony hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was cold, but not unpleasant. Knowledge is power, Harry. Real power. The kind that can't be taken away from you. I'm going to teach you everything I know. And when I'm done, you'll be able to face any enemy, from any world, and emerge victorious. Why? Harry looked up at him. Why are you doing all this for me? Ainz was quiet for a moment. Do you know what it's like to be alone? Harry nodded slowly. I do too. Ainz's red eyes dimmed slightly. I had friends once. Guildmates. We built Nazarick together, created the Guardians, conquered the game world. And then, one by one, they left. Real life called them away. I was the only one who stayed. The only one who had nothing to go back to. That sounds sad. It is. Ainz looked down at Harry. When you appeared in my throne room, I saw something familiar. A child alone, abandoned by those who should have protected him, clinging to survival out of pure stubbornness. I saw myself. Harry didn't know what to say to that. I'm not a good person, Harry. I've done terrible things to protect Nazarick and its inhabitants. I will do terrible things in the future. But I can do this one good thing. I can give you what I never had. Ainz's hand tightened on his shoulder. A home. A family. A purpose. I don't, Harry's voice cracked. I don't deserve, everyone deserves something, Ainz said. You've simply been taught to believe you don't. We'll fix that. This is ridiculous. Albedo stood at the entrance to the library, arms crossed, wings flared in agitation. She'd been watching Harry struggle with a basic mana manipulation exercise for the past hour, and her patience, never her strong suit, had finally snapped. The human child can barely grasp fundamental concepts. You want me to train him? I want you to teach him combat basics, Ainz said mildly. He's too young for serious sparring, but he can learn stances, forms, how to fall without hurting himself. Physical conditioning. I am the guardian overseer of Nazarick, Albedo said through gritted teeth. I am not a nursemaid. No, you're not. Ainz looked at her with those unreadable red eyes. You're the most skilled melee combatant in the tomb. You're also the one I trust most. Harry will need protection in the coming years. Who better to ensure he can protect himself? Albedo's wings lowered slightly. You trust me with this? With everything. A pause. Always. Something flickered across Albedo's face. Something complicated. She looked at Harry, really looked at him, for the first time since he'd arrived. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, trying to make a small ball of mana hover between his palms. His tongue was poking out in concentration. When the ball destabilized and popped, he didn't cry or throw a tantrum. He just took a deep breath and started again. He doesn't give up, she said slowly. No. He doesn't. Ainz tilted his head. Stubborn. Resourceful. Loyal to those who show him kindness. Vicious when protecting what he loves. You've known him for 3 weeks, Ainz-sama. Long enough. Ainz turned to leave. Begin his training tomorrow. And Albedo? Yes, Ainz-sama. Try not to break him. Harry's first day of training with Albedo nearly killed him. Not literally, she was too controlled for that, but by the time she was done with him, he couldn't feel his legs. Or his arms. Or anything else, really. Pathetic, Albedo declared, standing over his collapsed form. You have no stamina, no flexibility, and your reaction time is abysmal. Sorry. Harry wheezed. Don't apologize. It's annoying. She nudged him with her foot. Get up. We're going again. I can't, you can. Get up. Harry got up. He didn't know how, every muscle in his body was screaming, but he got up. Something flickered in Albedo's eyes. Humph. Perhaps you're not entirely useless. They went again. And again. And again, until Harry collapsed and couldn't rise no matter how hard he tried. Albedo watched him lie there, panting, tears of exhaustion leaking from his eyes. You did well today, she said finally. Harry blinked up at her. I did. For a pathetic human child with no training and no natural ability, yes. You did well. She turned away. Same time tomorrow. Don't be late. She swept out of the training room. Harry lay on the floor for a long time, staring at the ceiling and feeling something strange bubbling up in his chest. Pride. He felt pride. When was the last time anyone had told him he'd done well? 2 months in, Harry met Pandora's actor. He'd been studying in the library, his usual spot on the 3rd level, where the texts about dimensional magic were stored, when a voice behind him said, "Ah! The young master. At last, we meet face to face." Harry spun around, hand going to the practice dagger Albedo had given him. Standing behind him was Ainz? No. Similar, but different. The skeleton was more theatrical, more expressive, with a uniform that wouldn't have looked out of place in a World War II movie. "Who? I am Pandora's actor. Area guardian of the treasury and proud creation of our glorious supreme being." The skeleton struck a dramatic pose. "I have heard so much about you, young Harry. The child who fell from the sky. The orphan taken in by Ainz Sama himself. The protagonist of our very own Isekai drama." Harry stared at him. "Isekai? Ah, forgive me. The references of the old world are lost on you. No matter." Pandora's actor swept forward and grabbed Harry's hand, shaking it vigorously. "I simply had to meet the child who has captured Ainz Sama's interest. He speaks of you often, you know." "He does." "Oh yes. Harry is progressing well in his studies." Harry showed real improvement in today's training. Harry managed to produce a stable mana ball for 3 whole seconds. Pandora's actor clutched his chest dramatically. Such paternal pride. "I never thought I would see the day." Harry's face felt warm. "I didn't know he said those things." Ainz Sama is not one for open displays of emotion, as you may have noticed. His undead nature suppresses strong feelings. But those of us who know him well, we can see. Pandora's actor leaned in conspiratorially. "He cares for you, young Harry. Genuinely cares. I have not seen him like this since the days of the guild." "The guild, you mean his friends? The ones who left?" Pandora's actor's expression shifted to something more serious. "Yes. The supreme beings. My creators. They were everything to us. When they departed." He trailed off. "Well. Ainz Sama took it hardest of all. He was always the one who believed they would return. Who kept waiting, long after the rest of us had given up hope." Harry thought about that. About Ainz, alone in this massive tomb, surrounded by servants and guardians but fundamentally isolated. Waiting for friends who would never come back. "I don't want him to be alone," Harry said quietly. Pandora's actor looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, as much as a skeleton could smile, and ruffled Harry's hair. "Neither do we, young master. Neither do we." Month 3 brought Harry's first real fight. It happened in the training room. Albedo had been drilling him on defensive forms, same as always, when Shaltir appeared in the doorway. "Albedo," she said with exaggerated sweetness. "Ainz Sama requests your presence in the throne room." "Something about a visitor." Albedo's eyes narrowed. "Now." "Immediately, apparently." Shaltir examined her nails. "I suppose I could watch the little human while you're gone. Make sure he doesn't hurt himself." The atmosphere in the room dropped about 10 degrees. Harry had learned enough about Nazaric politics by now to know that Albedo and Shaltir did not get along. At all. Ever. "That won't be necessary," Albedo said coldly. "He can continue drills on his own." "Oh, but that's so boring." Shaltir drifted into the room, her dress flowing behind her. "Let me have a little fun with him. I promise I won't break anything important." Shaltir, it's fine, Harry said. Both of them looked at him. Albedo's expression was unreadable. Shaltir's was predatory. I mean, Harry continued, gripping his practice sword a little tighter, I can spar with her for a bit. If she promises to go easy on me. Shaltir's grin widened. Oh, I promise nothing. Harry. Albedo's voice was sharp. She's a floor guardian. She could kill you without trying. Then I'd better try really hard not to die. Harry met Albedo's eyes. You've been training me for 3 months. Don't you want to see if I've learned anything? A long, tense pause. Then Albedo laughed, a short, surprised sound. Fine. But if she kills you, I'm not taking responsibility. She swept out. The door closed behind her. Harry was alone with Shaltir blood fallen. Well, well. The vampire circled him slowly. The little human has a spine after all. I was starting to think you were just Ainz Sama's new pet. I'm not a pet. No. She stopped directly in front of him, close enough that he could see the red of her eyes, the pointed tips of her fangs. Then what are you? Harry thought about it. What was he? A wizard? A human? A guest of Nazarick? I'm Harry, he said finally. And I'm going to survive this. Shaltir attacked. Harry barely got his sword up in time. The impact sent shockwaves through his arms, and he stumbled backward, only for Shaltir to be there already, slashing at his side. He twisted, took the hit on his practice blade, and used the momentum to spin away. Not bad, Shaltir admitted. You actually blocked one. She came at him again. And again. And again, her movements a blur of impossible speed, her attacks precisely calibrated to be just barely survivable. Harry blocked, dodged, rolled, deflected, using every trick Albedo had taught him, every instinct he'd honed in years of avoiding Dudley's fists. He couldn't win. He knew that. She wasn't even trying, not really. But he could last. He could endure. He could show her that he wasn't just a weak little human to be dismissed. When Albedo returned 15 minutes later, Harry was on his knees, panting, his practice sword bent nearly in half. Shaltir was examining her nails again, looking bored. He's acceptable, the vampire said. For a human. Albedo looked at Harry. At the determination still burning in his eyes despite his obvious exhaustion. At the fact that he was already trying to stand up again. Come, she said, and her voice was almost warm. Let's get you to the medical wing. Harry managed a weak smile. Same time tomorrow. Shaltir laughed. Actually laughed. You know what? I'm starting to see what Ainz Sama sees in you. For months after his arrival, Harry killed for the first time. It was an accident. Or at least, he told himself it was. A group of adventurers had somehow stumbled into the territory around Nazarick, drawn by rumors of treasure, apparently. Most were captured by the perimeter forces and brought to the tomb for processing. But one, a young mage barely older than Harry, managed to slip through and made it almost to the 9th floor. Harry found him in a corridor, wild-eyed and desperate, wand raised and crackling with unstable magic. Stay back, the mage screamed. Stay back or I'll kill you. Harry raised his hand slowly. I'm not going to hurt you, the mage fired. A bolt of lightning, crackling and deadly, aimed directly at Harry's chest. Harry moved. He didn't think about it. Didn't plan it. Albedo's training had drilled the response into his muscles until it was automatic. Dodge left, close the distance, practice dagger out, the blade was in the mage's throat before either of them realized what had happened. Harry stood there, frozen, as blood sprayed across his face. The mage made a gurgling sound. His eyes went wide, then empty. He collapsed, and Harry went with him, dropping to his knees, still gripping the dagger. I didn't mean to, he whispered. I didn't, Harry. Ainz's voice. Harry looked up to find the overlord standing over him, red eyes glowing softly in the dim corridor. I killed him. Yes. I didn't want to, but you did. Ainz crouched down, bringing himself to Harry's level. Tell me what you feel. Harry tried to answer. Tried to identify the churning mess of emotions in his chest. Fear. Guilt. Horror. But underneath all of that, buried deep. I'm glad I'm alive, he said quietly. He was going to kill me. And I'm glad. I'm glad I killed him first. That's called survival, Ainz said. There's no shame in it. But I took his life. He was a person, he was an intruder who would have killed you without hesitation. He made his choice when he attacked. Ainz's hand settled on Harry's shoulder. This will not be the last time you have to make such a decision. Nazarick has enemies. You, as my ward, have enemies. Some of them will not stop until you are dead. How do you live with it? Harry looked up at him. How do you make peace with killing? Ainz was quiet for a long moment. I don't know anymore. The undead nature suppresses the emotions that would make it difficult. But before, when I was human. He tilted his head, remembering something from long ago. I told myself that every life I took was a life that couldn't hurt the people I cared about. I made my peace by deciding who, was worth killing for. What if I decide wrong? Then you learn. You grow. You become better. Ainz stood, pulling Harry up with him. But you don't give up. You don't let guilt paralyze you into helplessness. You acknowledge the weight of what you've done, and you keep moving forward. Harry looked down at the body. At the blood on his hands. Will you teach me, he asked. How to fight properly. Not just training drills, but real combat. If that's what you want. It is. Harry's voice hardened. I don't want to feel helpless again. I don't want to be the weak one who needs saving. Then we'll make you strong. Ainz turned away. Clean up. Rest. Tomorrow, your real education begins. 6 months in, Harry met Mare's sister. Aura was everything Mare wasn't, loud, confident, aggressive, with a grin that promised trouble. She burst into the library where Harry was studying and announced, "So you're the human everyone keeps talking about." Yes. I'm Harry. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, ward of Ainz Olgown, potential heir to Nazarick. She bounced on her heels. Mare told me about you. Said you were nice. Mare's nice too. Yeah, but Mare's nice to everyone. Even the enemy. Aura circled him, examining him from every angle. You don't look like much. Thanks. You're welcome. She stopped in front of him, hands on hips. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm in charge of the 6th floor, which means I handle beasts. War beasts, riding beasts, hunting beasts. You know how to ride? I've never been on a horse. Boring. Horses are boring. Her grin sharpened. Wanna meet something better? That was how Harry ended up on the back of a Fenrir wolf, screaming in terror and exhilaration as Aura hooped beside him and the 6th floor forest blurred past in a rush of green and brown. This is amazing. Harry shouted. I know. Aura shouted back. Nazarick's the best. When they finally stopped, both breathing hard, both laughing, Harry realized something important. He'd made a friend. Not an instructor, not a guardian, not a servant. An actual friend, someone close to his own age, relatively speaking, who wanted to hang out with him for no reason other than that she thought he was fun. Same time next week? Aura asked. Definitely. A year after his arrival, Harry was summoned to the throne room for a formal announcement. He'd grown in that year. Taller by several inches, broader in the shoulders, with a confidence in his movements that hadn't existed before. His emerald eyes, once dull with suffering, now burned with quiet intensity. The scar on his forehead was still visible, but the soul fragment inside had been removed by Demiurge 3 months ago, a delicate operation that had nearly killed Harry twice but left him feeling lighter than he ever had. Ainz stood at the throne, with all the floor guardians assembled. Harry walked between them to take his place at the base of the stairs. "Harry Potter," Ainz said, his voice carrying through the vast chamber. "1 year ago, you arrived in Nazarick as a frightened, starving child fleeing abandonment and abuse. In that time, you have proven yourself. You've mastered basic magical theory, shown aptitude in combat training, demonstrated loyalty to your fellow residents, and faced death with courage." Harry stood straight. He'd practiced for this. Albedo had drilled the posture into him until it was second nature. "Today, I formally acknowledge you as my ward and heir. From this moment forward, you will be known as Hadrian Olgaun, Prince of Nazarick, with all the rights and privileges that entails." A ripple went through the guardians. Harry, Hadrian, felt his heart pound. "Do you accept this responsibility?" "I do," Harry said. "I accept." "Then kneel." He knelt. Ainz descended the stairs and placed one bony hand on his head. Power flowed through the touch, Harry could feel it, a connection being forged, something fundamental clicking into place. "Rise, Hadrian Olgaun. Rise, and take your place among the rulers of Nazarick." Harry rose. The guardians bowed, actually bowed, to him, to a human child they'd tolerated at best a year ago. "Hail the Prince of Nazarick," Demiurge said, and the others took up the call. "Hail the Prince." Harry looked at Ainz. Found those red eyes watching him with something that might have been pride. "Thank you," he whispered. "Father." Ainz's hand tightened on his shoulder. "Welcome to the family, my son." That night, there was a celebration. The entire tomb gathered in the grand ballroom, maids, guards, NPCs of every type and tier, to welcome their new prince. Harry moved through the crowd in a daze, accepting congratulations, shaking hands, trying to remember everyone's names. "You look overwhelmed." Albedo appeared at his side, a glass of wine in her hand. She looked stunning in a formal gown that left little to the imagination, her wings folded elegantly against her back. "A little," Harry admitted. "I didn't expect all this. You're Ainz Sama's heir. Of course there would be celebration." She took a sip of her wine. "Though I admit, the enthusiasm is greater than I anticipated." "You don't approve of Ainz Sama's decision?" "I would never question it." She looked at him sidelong. "Of you specifically?" "The jury is still out." Harry laughed. It felt strange, laughing at Albedo's barely veiled hostility, but he'd learned over the past year that her bark was far worse than her bite. "At least you're honest." "Always." She turned to face him fully. "You've done well this year, Harry. I don't say that lightly. Coming from you, that means a lot." "It should." A ghost of a smile crossed her lips. "Now, I believe your new father wants to introduce you to some visiting dignitaries. Try not to embarrass us." Harry grinned and headed off to find Ainz. Behind him, Albedo watched him go with an expression she herself didn't fully understand. Across dimensions, in a castle in Scotland, an old man stared at a collection of silver instruments with growing alarm. Every single one of them had gone dark. "Minerva," Albus Dumbledore said quietly. "I need you to find Arabella Figg. Immediately." "What's wrong, Albus?" "Harry Potter." Dumbledore's voice was grave. "Harry Potter has vanished." Chapter 2, Prince of the Tomb, again. Hadrian hit the ground hard enough to rattle his teeth. Every muscle in his body screamed for mercy. Sweat dripped into his eyes, blurring his vision despite the enchanted glasses. His practice sword had flown out of his grip 3 strikes ago, and Albedo's blade hovered an inch from his throat. "You dropped your guard on the 4th exchange," she said coolly. "A real opponent would have killed you. A real opponent isn't you." Hadrian pushed himself up onto his elbows. "Most real opponents are at least somewhat mortal." "Excuses." Albedo withdrew her blade and stepped back. "Again. I've been at this for 4 hours, and you'll continue until you get it right." "Again." Hadrian groaned, but he climbed to his feet, retrieved his sword, and reset his stance. This was year 3 of his training with Albedo, and he still hadn't managed to land a single clean hit. Not one. She was too fast, too strong, too skilled. Fighting her was like fighting a hurricane. You didn't win, you just survived as long as possible. But he was lasting longer now. When they'd started, she could take him down in 2 moves. Now it took her at least 10. Progress. He lunged. She parried, riposted, and sent him flying again. "Your footwork is sloppy," she said as he lay gasping on the ground. "You're telegraphing your attacks with your shoulders. And you keep looking at my sword instead of my center mass. Maybe if you stood still for half a second, enemies don't stand still." She offered him a hand. He took it, and she hauled him upright with casual strength. "You're 11 years old, Hadrian. In a few years you'll be expected to represent Nazarick in the wider world. You cannot do that if you can't defend yourself." "I can defend myself. Against humans, perhaps. Against monsters and demons and beings of power." She shook her head. "You have a long way to go." Hadrian wiped the sweat from his face. "Then I guess we'd better keep training." Something flickered in Albedo's eyes. Approval, maybe. Or just surprise that he wasn't giving up. "1 more hour," she said. "Then you have lessons with Demiurge." "Can't wait." Demiurge's lessons were worse than Albedo's training, in their own way. The demon didn't make Hadrian fight. He made him think. And thinking, Hadrian had discovered, was exhausting. "The Riestai's kingdom is in decline," Demiurge said, pacing in front of a massive map of the continent. "Their nobility is corrupt, their military is weakened by decades of border skirmishes with the Baharuth Empire, and their current king is ineffective. If Nazarick wished to conquer them, how would you proceed?" Hadrian studied the map. He'd been learning geopolitics for 2 years now, and he'd developed a decent grasp of the power dynamics at play. Direct military conquest would be fastest, but it would unite the other nations against us. The slain theocracy especially, they'd see us as a threat. Good. Continue. Economic pressure would be slower but cleaner. Control their food supply, manipulate their trade routes, buy up their debts. Make them dependent on us before they realize what's happening. Better. But you're missing something. Hadrian frowned at the map. What was he missing? The military angle, the economic angle. Internal division. Find factions within the nobility who are dissatisfied with the current regime. Support them, arm them, help them take power. Then negotiate from a position of strength with people who owe us favors. Demiurge smiled. It was not a comforting expression. Excellent. You're learning. Is that what Ainz Sama plans to do? What Ainz Sama plans is beyond my understanding. Demiurge's voice carried genuine reverence. But he has expressed interest in expanding our influence, and having tools at our disposal never hurts. Tools meaning me. Tools meaning all of us. Demiurge adjusted his spectacles. You're the only resident of Nazarick who can walk openly in the human world without arousing suspicion. That makes you valuable. Great. I always wanted to be valuable. Hadrian's voice was dry. What's today's actual lesson? Interrogation techniques. Demiurge snapped his fingers, and 2 of his servants dragged a bound figure into the room. We captured an operative of the slain theocracy last week. He's been resistant to conventional methods. I want you to try something different. Hadrian looked at the man, middle-aged, beaten, defiant. His eyes burned with hatred when they landed on Demiurge, but they flickered with confusion when they saw Hadrian. A child, the man spat. You're using children now. I'm 12, actually. Hadrian walked closer, studying the prisoner. And I'm not the one tied to a chair. Seems like I'm doing better than you. The theocracy will come for me. They'll burn this place to the ground. They don't know where you are. They don't even know you're missing yet. Hadrian crouched down to meet the man's eyes. Demiurge has been sending reports in your name for a week. Your handlers think you're still on mission. The color drained from the prisoner's face. Here's the thing, Hadrian continued. Demiurge can get the information he wants. He always does, eventually. But his methods are unpleasant. You've experienced some of them already. He glanced at the man's hands, 2 fingers were missing. I'm offering you a different path. What path? Tell us what we want to know. Willingly. In exchange, I'll argue for your release. You can go back to the theocracy, report whatever you want, live out the rest of your life. Hadrian shrugged. Or don't, and spend the next few months in Demiurge's care. Your choice. The prisoner laughed bitterly. You think I'd betray my nation for the promise of a child? I think you'd betray anyone to escape what's coming. Hadrian stood. I've seen Demiurge work. I know what he can do. And I know that everyone breaks eventually. The question is just how much of yourself you lose before you do. Silence. The prisoner's defiance was cracking. Hadrian could see it in the tightness around his eyes, the way his breathing had quickened. Think about it, Hadrian said. I'll be back tomorrow. He walked out of the room without looking back. In the corridor, Demiurge was waiting. Well done, the demon said. You read his psychological state perfectly. Will you actually let him go if he talks? That depends on the quality of his information. Demiurge tilted his head. Does the deception bother you? Hadrian considered the question. A little. But he'd do the same to us if our positions were reversed. Worse, probably. Indeed. Demiurge's smile returned. You're adapting well, young prince. Ainz Sama will be pleased. Dinner in Nazareth was always an event. The main dining hall could seat hundreds, though it was rarely used at full capacity. Tonight, it was just family, Ainz at the head of the table, Hadrian to his right, Albedo to his left, with the floor guardians scattered around in their usual positions. The prisoner broke this afternoon, Demiurge reported between courses. The slain theocracy is planning a major offensive against the Katsa Plains. They believe the undead presence there is connected to Nazareth. Are they wrong? Ainz asked. Not entirely. Several of our experiments have spilled over into that region. Demiurge's tone was apologetic. I've been using it as a testing ground for new undead variants. I see. Ainz turned to Hadrian. What would you suggest we do about this? Hadrian set down his fork. He'd finally learned to eat properly at a formal table, though Shaltir still mocked his early attempts. Let them attack. The undead in the Katsa Plains are expendable, right? Mostly. So let the theocracy waste resources fighting shadows. Observe their tactics, identify their key personnel, and map their command structure. When they think they've won, they'll relax. That's when we move. Move to do what? Whatever benefits Nazareth most. Maybe we raid their supply lines. Maybe we kidnap a high-value target for interrogation. Maybe we just let them celebrate their victory while we gather intelligence for later. Hadrian shrugged. The point is, we don't react emotionally. We wait, we watch, we act when the advantage is ours. Ainz was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. Demiurge, implement the prince's suggestion. Allow the theocracy their offensive. Document everything. Yes, Ainz-sama. Hadrian felt a flush of pride. It was still strange, having his opinions matter. Having people actually listen to him. Impressive, Shaltir drawled from her seat. The little human is learning to think like a predator. I had good teachers. Yes, well. She took a sip of her blood wine. Don't let it go to your head. You're still pathetically weak in combat. I beat you last week. You landed one hit while I was distracted. That's not beating me. It's more than I managed the week before. Shaltir sniffed disdainfully, but Hadrian caught the hint of a smile on her lips. Their rivalry had evolved over the years from genuine hostility to something almost like friendship. Almost. If you two are finished, Albedo cut in, there's a matter we need to discuss. The wizarding world has made another attempt to locate Hadrian. The table went quiet. Details, Ainz said. 3 witches arrived at the coordinates where Hadrian's dimensional transit occurred. They were using tracking magic, blood-based, tied to the Potter family line. Albedo's voice was clipped. They didn't find anything useful. Our wards redirected them in circles for several hours before they gave up. They can track me by blood? Hadrian asked. They can try. The Desleys apparently gave samples to the ministry years ago, back when you first disappeared. Someone's finally gotten around to using them. Albedo's wings rustled with irritation. It's been over 4 years. I thought they'd given up. Albus Dumbledore doesn't give up, Demiurge said. Our intelligence suggests he's been searching for Hadrian continuously since his disappearance. The man is convinced that the boy is essential to defeating Voldemort. The prophecy, Hadrian said. He'd learned about it a year ago, the prediction that he was the only one who could destroy the Dark Lord. It still felt surreal, like a story about someone else. Indeed. As long as the prophecy exists, Dumbledore will keep hunting. Demiurge adjusted his spectacles. We could eliminate him, of course. But that might destabilize the British wizarding world prematurely. No. Ainz's voice was firm. We're not ready for open conflict with the wizarding world. Not yet. Then what do we do about the tracking magic? Albedo asked. We adapt. Ainz looked at Hadrian. You're training with blood magic, how is it progressing? Slowly. It's different from the systems I've been learning here. Hadrian had been studying multiple magical traditions over the years, trying to synthesize them into something unique. Wizarding magic from books Demiurge had acquired. Yggdrasil magic from the Tomb's archives. And the wild magic of this world, which operated on principles that didn't quite match either. Accelerate it. If they can track you by blood, I want you to be able to track them by blood. Ainz's red eyes gleamed. Turn their weapon into our advantage. Yes, father. Later that night, Hadrian was in his personal study, a comfortable room on the 9th floor that Ainz had given him on his 10th birthday, when someone knocked on the door. Come in. Aura bounced through the door, followed by her brother Mare. Both of them looked excited about something. Hadrian. You have to come see this. Aura grabbed his arm and started pulling him toward the door. See what? I was in the middle of, it can wait. This is important. She dragged him out into the corridor. We found something in the 6th floor forest. Something new. Hadrian let himself be pulled along, exchanging a helpless glance with Mare, who just shrugged apologetically. When Aura got excited about something, there was no stopping her. They took a portal to the 6th floor, one of the largest areas in Nazarick, a sprawling indoor forest filled with magical beasts and environmental hazards. Aura led them off the main path, deeper into the undergrowth, until they reached a clearing Hadrian had never seen before. In the center of the clearing was an egg. Not just any egg. This thing was the size of a carriage, pulsing with internal light, covered in scales that shifted between gold and black as Hadrian watched. "What is that?" he breathed. "We don't know." Aura was practically vibrating with excitement. "It just appeared yesterday. None of the forest creatures will go near it. Even the Fenrir wolves are scared of it." Hadrian approached slowly. The egg was warm, he could feel the heat radiating from it even from several feet away. And there was something inside it, something alive, something that seemed to respond to his presence. "It's a dragon," Mare said quietly. "I think. The magical signature matches the dragon entries in the bestiary, but it's different. Stronger. Where did it come from?" "No idea. The forest spawns new creatures sometimes, based on the accumulated magical energy. But nothing like this." Aura's eyes were bright. "I want to hatch it." "Is that safe?" "Probably not." She grinned. "That's what makes it fun." Hadrian laughed despite himself. "Ainz Sama needs to see this. We can't just hatch a dragon without permission." "Already sent a message." Aura bounced on her heels. "He's on his way. I just wanted you to see it first." "Why me?" "Because you're the prince, dummy. If anyone's going to bond with a new magical creature, it should be you." Hadrian looked at the egg. At the scales shifting and glowing, at the warmth pulsing outward, at the life waiting to emerge. Something inside him responded, a resonance he couldn't explain. "I don't know if I'm ready for a dragon." "No one's ready for a dragon." Aura clapped him on the shoulder. "That's the whole point." Ainz arrived 20 minutes later, flanked by Demiurge and Albedo. The three of them examined the egg with varying degrees of interest. "Fascinating," Demiurge murmured. "The magical density is off the charts. This creature, whatever it is, will be immensely powerful when it matures." "Can you identify the species?" Ainz asked. "Not precisely. It shares characteristics with several dragon types from Yggdrasil, but the combination is unique." Demiurge adjusted his spectacles. "I suspect it's a hybrid of some kind. Or perhaps an entirely new species, born from the merger of multiple magical systems." "Like me," Hadrian said quietly. Everyone looked at him. "I mean, I've been training in multiple magical traditions. Wizarding magic, Yggdrasil magic, wild magic. Maybe the forest sensed that and created something similar." He shrugged. "It's just a theory." Ainz was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "An intriguing possibility. Demiurge, have the researchers examine this further. But for now." He turned to Hadrian. "Would you like to try hatching it?" "Me? The egg is responding to your presence. Can't you feel it?" Hadrian could. The warmth was stronger when he stood close. The light pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Something inside was waiting for him. "What do I do?" "I don't know." Ainz's voice was honest. "I've never seen anything like this before. But I trust your instincts. Do what feels right." Hadrian approached the egg. He placed his hands on the warm surface, feeling the scales shift beneath his palms. The light intensified. And then, without thinking about it, he pushed. Not physically, magically. He channeled his power into the egg, letting it flow through the shell, connecting with what was inside. It was like reaching out and having someone reach back, two strangers recognizing each other across an impossible distance. The egg cracked. Not breaking, not yet, but splitting along predetermined lines. Light poured from the fissures, golden and warm. The shell fell away piece by piece, revealing a dragon. Small, no bigger than a large dog, but unmistakably a dragon. Golden scales that shimmered with internal fire. Black markings that traced patterns across its hide. Eyes that glowed with intelligence as they found Hadrian's and held them. "Hello," Hadrian said softly. The dragon chirped. Then it launched itself at him, wrapping around his shoulders like it belonged there, making a sound that was suspiciously like purring. "Well," Ainz said dryly. "I suppose you have a pet now." "I think," Hadrian said, unable to stop smiling as the dragon nuzzled against his cheek, "I have a partner." Weeks passed. The dragon, whom Hadrian named Ether after much deliberation, grew rapidly. Within a month, it was the size of a horse. Within 3 months, it could carry Hadrian on its back. By the 6-month mark, it was fully grown, a magnificent creature 40 feet from nose to tail, with wings that could generate hurricane-force winds and flame that burned hot enough to melt steel. More importantly, it was smart. Not just animal smart, truly intelligent, capable of understanding complex commands and responding to Hadrian's thoughts through their bond. "The connection between you is remarkable," Demiurge observed during one of their training sessions. "I've never seen anything quite like it." Hadrian scratched behind Ether's ear, one of the few spots where the scales were soft enough to allow it. "He's family. Aren't you, boy?" Ether rumbled contentedly. "Speaking of family," Demiurge said, "Ainz Sama has summoned you to the throne room. There's been a development." The throne room was crowded when Hadrian arrived. All the floor guardians were present, along with several Pleiades and a handful of other high-ranking NPCs. Ainz sat on his throne, and his posture suggested that whatever was coming was important. "Father?" Hadrian took his place at the base of the stairs. "What's going on?" "We've received a communication from the wizarding world." Ainz's voice was carefully neutral. "Albus Dumbledore has somehow learned of Nazaric's existence. He's requesting a diplomatic meeting." The room went still. "How did he find us?" Albedo demanded. "The tracking magic, presumably. They may not have found Hadrian directly, but they found enough evidence to piece together the general picture." Ainz turned his gaze to Hadrian. "He's requesting to meet with you specifically." "Me?" "He believes you're being held prisoner." His message was quite impassioned, on the subject of rescuing you from our dark influence. Ainz's tone conveyed exactly what he thought of that characterization. "He's offering a substantial reward for your safe return." "I'm not a prisoner," Hadrian said flatly. "I know that. But he doesn't." Ainz leaned forward slightly. "We have a choice to make. We can ignore his request and continue as we have been, forcing him to escalate. Or we can accept the meeting and demonstrate that you're here of your own free will." "The second option is risky," Demiurge interjected. "If we reveal Nazaric's strength, we invite conflict. But if we appear too weak, they may attempt a forceful retrieval." "What do you recommend, Hadrian?" Ainz asked. Hadrian thought about it. About Dumbledore, who had left him with the Dursleys knowing what they were. About the wizarding world, which celebrated him as a hero while he starved in a cupboard. About everything he'd learned and become in the years since his escape. "Accept the meeting," he said finally. "But on our terms. Neutral ground. Limited personnel. And I want to be the one who faces him. You're 14 years old. I'm the Prince of Nazarick." Hadrian met his father's gaze steadily. "If Dumbledore wants to talk about my future, he can talk to me directly. I'm not some object to be negotiated over." A long pause. Then Ainz nodded. "Very well. Demiurge, arrange the meeting. Neutral ground, somewhere in the human world that neither side controls. Albedo, prepare a security detail. If anything goes wrong, I want us ready to extract Hadrian immediately." "Yes, Ainz Sama," they chorused. Hadrian felt a cold satisfaction settling in his chest. After all these years, he was finally going to face one of the people responsible for his childhood. Not as a helpless boy, but as someone with power and backing and the will to use both. Dumbledore wanted to save him. He was in for a surprise. The meeting was arranged for 3 weeks later, in a small village in Scotland, not far, ironically, from the forest where Hadrian had first been abandoned. The location was chosen because it was unaffiliated with any magical faction and had strong enough wards to prevent unauthorized magical travel. Hadrian arrived via a portal that Demiurge had calibrated specifically for this trip. With him were Albedo, disguised as a human woman with an illusion spell, and 2 Pleiades in similar disguises. Not enough forces to seem aggressive, but enough to handle most threats. The village was sleepy and unremarkable. Hadrian walked its single main street with Albedo at his side, noting the defensive positions his security team had already taken up. Everything was prepared. Everything except his own nerves. "You're tense," Albedo observed. "I'm about to meet the man who ruined my childhood. Tense seems appropriate. Remember your training. Control the conversation. Don't let him manipulate you emotionally." "I know." They reached the designated meeting spot, a small pub called the Leaky Stag, closed for the day by mutual agreement. Inside, 3 people were waiting. Albus Dumbledore was exactly what Hadrian had expected from Demiurge's dossiers. Tall, thin, ancient, with a long white beard and twinkling blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. He wore robes of midnight blue and an expression of grandfatherly concern that made Hadrian want to hit something. Beside him stood a severe-looking woman in green robes, Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and a younger man with a scarred face and a magical eye that swiveled constantly, Alastair Moody, legendary Auror. "Harry," Dumbledore said warmly. "My dear boy. You have no idea how long we've been searching for you. My name is Hadrian." He didn't move to shake hands or accept the implied embrace in Dumbledore's body language. "And I suspect I have a very good idea, actually." "Hadrian, then." Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something shifted behind his eyes. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Hadrian took a seat across from the wizarding delegation. Albedo stood behind him, arms crossed, radiating quiet menace despite her human disguise. "Before we begin," Dumbledore said, "I must ask, are you here of your own free will? Are you in any danger?" "I'm in significantly less danger than I was when I lived with the Dursleys." Hadrian kept his voice level. "The people who took me in have treated me better than anyone in the wizarding world ever did. Harry, Hadrian, I understand you're angry. What the Dursleys did was inexcusable. But the creatures holding you are my family." Hadrian cut him off. "Ainz Gown is my father. Nazarick is my home. I'm not a prisoner, and I don't need rescuing." McGonagall leaned forward. "Potter, you can't possibly, these beings are dark creatures. Whatever they've told you, they told me the truth." Hadrian met her gaze calmly. "About my parents. About Voldemort. About the prophecy. About the blood wards that were supposed to protect me but didn't, because apparently no one bothered to check if my relatives were actually providing a loving home." Silence. Moody's magical eye fixed on Hadrian with unsettling intensity. "We made mistakes," Dumbledore said quietly. "I made mistakes. But that doesn't change the fundamental reality, which is, you're destined to defeat Voldemort. The prophecy is clear. And you can't do that if you're hidden away in some pocket dimension, cut off from the wizarding world." "Can't I?" Hadrian smiled slightly. "You seem very certain about what I can and can't do. Have you considered that your certainty might be misplaced? The prophecy says that I have the power to defeat him. It doesn't say how. It doesn't say where. And it certainly doesn't say I have to do it under your supervision." Hadrian leaned back in his chair. "I've spent the last 7 years training. Learning magic, combat, strategy. I'm better prepared to face Voldemort now than I would ever have been if I'd stayed at Hogwarts." "You don't know what you're saying," McGonagall protested. "Hogwarts is the finest magical school in the world. Hogwarts teaches wand-waving and potion brewing to children. My education has been somewhat more comprehensive." Hadrian raised one hand, and flames danced across his fingers, not wizarding fire, but something older, hotter, darker. I've studied magic you've never heard of. I've killed to defend my home. I'm not the helpless child you remember, and I'm not interested in becoming one again. Dumbledore watched the flames with an expression Hadrian couldn't quite read. And if Voldemort comes for you? He will, you know. Eventually. The prophecy binds you together. Then I'll deal with him. On my terms, not yours. You're a child, I'm 14. The same age you were when you defeated Grindelwald's first advance force. Hadrian extinguished the flames. Age is a poor measure of capability, headmaster. You of all people should know that. Another long silence. Moody spoke for the first time, his voice a low growl. The boy's got a point, Albus. He's not what I expected. No, Dumbledore murmured. He's not. Hadrian stood. This meeting is over. You've seen that I'm alive, healthy, and acting of my own free will. That's all you're going to get. Wait. Dumbledore rose as well. Please. At least consider returning to the wizarding world occasionally. There are people who care about you, your parents' friends, classmates you've never met. You don't have to cut yourself off entirely. I'll think about it. Hadrian moved toward the door. But Dumbledore? If you send anyone else after me, if you try to track me again, if you interfere with my home in any way, I will respond. And you will not enjoy my response. He walked out without looking back. In the aftermath of the meeting, Hadrian stood on a hill overlooking the village, watching the sunset paint the Scottish landscape in shades of orange and gold. Albedo stood beside him, silent and watchful. That went well, she said finally. Did it? You established dominance. You refused to be intimidated. You made it clear that any aggression would be met with force. She glanced at him sidelong. Ainz Sama will be pleased. I don't feel pleased. Hadrian's voice was quiet. I feel empty. I spent years imagining what I'd say to Dumbledore if I ever met him. And now that I have. It wasn't satisfying. No. He shook his head. He's just an old man who made bad decisions. Hating him felt important when I was younger. Now it just feels pointless. Albedo was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she placed a hand on his shoulder. That's called growing up, she said. The enemies of our childhood rarely deserve the weight we give them. You're moving past him. That's healthy. Hadrian looked at her in surprise. That's, surprisingly insightful. Don't act so shocked. A hint of humor entered her voice. I'm not just muscle and wings, you know. I never thought you were. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the sun sink below the horizon. We should return, Albedo said eventually. Ainz Sama will want a full report. In a minute. Hadrian took a deep breath of the clean Scottish air. I just want to remember this. The moment I stopped being Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The moment I became someone else entirely. And who is that someone? Hadrian smiled. I'm not sure yet. But I'm looking forward to finding out. The next few months brought changes. Dumbledore, true to his nature, didn't give up. He sent letters, carefully worded, non-threatening, asking Hadrian to reconsider. He offered compromises. Guest lectures at Hogwarts. Meetings with his parents' old friends. Access to the Potter family vault and properties. Hadrian ignored most of them. But one letter caught his attention. Your godfather, Sirius Black, has been exonerated of all charges and released from Azkaban prison. He wishes desperately to meet you. Whatever your feelings about me, please don't punish him for my mistakes. He loved your parents. He would have raised you, if circumstances had allowed it. Sirius Black. Hadrian had learned about him from Demiurge's research, framed for betraying his parents, imprisoned without trial, abandoned by the system that should have protected him. Another victim of the wizarding world's casual cruelty. What do you think? He asked Ainz that evening. I think it's a trap. Ainz's voice was matter-of-fact. Dumbledore is using emotional manipulation to draw you out. Probably. But what if it's not? What if there's actually someone out there who wanted to take care of me, who was prevented from doing so? Then you have a decision to make. Ainz studied him with those glowing red eyes. Is the potential connection worth the risk? Hadrian thought about it for a long time. Yes, he said finally. I want to meet him. But on my terms, like before. Very well. Ainz nodded. Arrange it. But Hadrian? Yes, father. Be careful. Emotional manipulation is a powerful weapon. Don't let your desire for connection blind you to potential threats. I won't. The meeting with Sirius Black was nothing like the meeting with Dumbledore. For one thing, Sirius actually cried when he saw Hadrian. Just stood there, tears streaming down his gaunt face, unable to speak. You look like James, he managed finally. God, you look just like him. Except the eyes. You have Lily's eyes. They met in a small wizarding cafe in Edinburgh, neutral ground again, with Albedo watching from a corner table. Sirius had come alone, as requested. I'm sorry, Sirius said. I'm so sorry. I should have been there. I should have, you were in prison. Hadrian's voice was gentler than it had been with Dumbledore. You were framed. None of it was your fault. I should have insisted on a trial. I should have fought harder. I should have, Sirius broke off, wiping his eyes. You were my responsibility. James and Lily made me your godfather because they trusted me to protect you. And I failed. You didn't fail. You were betrayed. Hadrian hesitated, then reached across the table to touch Sirius's hand. Pettigrew betrayed all of us. He's the one who deserves blame. Is he dead? No. But I know where he's hiding. Demiurge's intelligence network was thorough. When the time is right, I'll deal with him. Sirius looked up sharply. Deal with him how? How do you think? A long pause. Then Sirius laughed, a rough, broken sound. God, you really aren't the child I imagined. What happened to you, Harry? Hadrian. He smiled slightly. And a lot happened. I found a new family. People who actually wanted me, who taught me, who protected me. I became someone different. Better. Stronger. Whether that's better depends on your perspective. They talked for hours. Sirius told stories about James and Lily, real stories, not the sanitized versions Hadrian had found in books. How they met, how they fell in love, how they fought against Voldemort. He talked about the war, about the Order of the Phoenix, about the terror and the hope and the desperate belief that tomorrow might be better. And Hadrian talked about Nazarick. Not everything, not the truly dark parts, but enough. His training. His father figure. His dragon. The life he built from the ashes of his abandonment. I don't understand it all, Sirius admitted at the end. This place you live, these creatures you've allied with, it's not what I would have chosen for you. I know. But you're happy. Hadrian considered the question. I'm becoming who I'm meant to be. I think that's more important than happiness. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. James would be proud of you. I know I say that without really knowing you, but, I believe it. You've survived. You've thrived. You've taken control of your own destiny. Will you come back? Hadrian asked. To visit, I mean. I'd like to know you. The real you, not just the stories. If you'll have me. Sirius's smile was tentative but genuine. I've got nowhere else to be. Nowhere I want to be, anyway. Then we'll figure something out. 3 years after Hadrian's arrival in Nazareth, Voldemort returned. The news came through Demiurge's spy network first, rumors of a dark ritual, a resurrection, the Dark Lord walking the earth again. Then the wizarding newspapers confirmed it. Voldemort had risen during something called the Triwizard Tournament, killing a student named Cedric Diggory in the process. He's consolidating power, Demiurge reported at an emergency meeting of the Floor Guardians. Gathering his old followers, recruiting new ones. The Ministry of Magic is in denial, but the Slain Theocracy and several other organizations have confirmed the threat. What are his goals? Ainz asked. Domination of the wizarding world, primarily. But there's a complication. Demiurge turned to Hadrian. The prophecy. He knows about it now. And he knows where you are. How? We're not certain. Possibly a spy, possibly divination magic. But he sent messages to several underground contacts asking about Nazareth. He's planning something. Hadrian felt a cold clarity settling over him. This was it. The confrontation he'd been training for since he was 8 years old. What's his timeline? Months, at minimum. He's not strong enough to challenge us directly yet. But he's working toward it. Then we have time to prepare. Hadrian looked at Ainz. Father, I have a proposal. Go on. Let me go to him. Not to surrender, to negotiate. Find out what he wants, what he's planning, what weaknesses we can exploit. Absolutely not, Albedo snapped. You'd be walking into enemy territory alone, not alone. I'd take ether. And a communication crystal linked to Nazareth, so you could extract me if things go wrong. Hadrian met Albedo's furious gaze steadily. I know the risks. But I also know that we can't just sit here and wait for him to attack. We need intelligence, and the best way to get it is directly from the source. He'll try to kill you. He'll try. He won't succeed. Hadrian's voice was calm. I'm not the helpless baby who survived his curse by accident. I've been training for this my entire life. Let me do what I was meant to do. Albedo opened her mouth to argue, but Ainz raised a hand. The prince makes a valid point. We cannot remain passive while our enemies gather strength. He looked at Hadrian with something that might have been pride. Very well. But you will take every precaution. Emergency extraction protocols. Backup communication methods. And you will retreat at the first sign of overwhelming force. Yes, father. Ainz Sama. Albedo's voice was sharp. You can't possibly, I can. And I am. Ainz's tone brooked no argument. Hadrian has proven himself time and again. It's time we trust him to handle this. Albedo subsided, but her expression promised a lengthy argument later. Hadrian pretended not to notice. His mind was already racing ahead, planning the meeting, anticipating Voldemort's moves, calculating how to turn the encounter to Nazareth's advantage. The game was finally beginning. And he intended to win. Hadrian was 16 when he first stood face to face with Lord Voldemort. The meeting place was a ruined manor house in Albania, far from prying eyes. Hadrian arrived on dragonback, Aether's golden scales gleaming in the pale moonlight. Below, a gathering of Death Eaters watched his descent with expressions ranging from fear to hatred. And at their center, Voldemort. He was exactly what the stories described. Tall and skeletal, with chalk-white skin and red eyes that burned with malice. His face was barely human, flat nose, lipless mouth, an aura of wrongness that made the air itself recoil. Harry Potter, Voldemort said as Hadrian dismounted. At last. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. My name is Hadrian. He walked forward until only 10 feet separated them. And I'm not here to fight. Not yet. No. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something resembling a smile. Then why have you come? To talk. To understand. Hadrian met those terrible red eyes without flinching. You've gone to great lengths to find me. I want to know why. The prophecy is vague at best. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Could mean anything. Could mean nothing. Hadrian tilted his head. You're not a stupid man, Voldemort. You don't make plans based on cryptic riddles. So what do you really want? Voldemort studied him for a long moment. The Death Eaters shifted nervously, hands on their wands, but none of them moved. You're not what I expected, Voldemort admitted. The reports described a child. A frightened boy hiding behind monsters. Reports can be misleading. Indeed. Voldemort began to circle him slowly. You've been trained well. I can sense it. Power coiled beneath your skin, waiting to be unleashed. And that dragon. His eyes flicked to Ether, who was watching with predatory alertness. I've never seen anything like it. There's a lot you've never seen. Hadrian turned to keep Voldemort in his sight. Your experience is limited to the wizarding world. Mine is somewhat broader. So I've gathered. Voldemort stopped his circling. The question is, what do we do about each other? The prophecy binds us together. Neither can live while the other survives. That's one interpretation. Is there another? Hadrian smiled. Neither can live while the other survives. What if living doesn't mean breathing? What if it means something else entirely, purpose, ambition, the drive to shape the world according to our will? Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Go on. You want to rule the wizarding world. I don't. My interests lie elsewhere, other dimensions, other powers, things you've never dreamed of. We don't have to be enemies. Our goals don't have to conflict. You're proposing an alliance. I'm proposing a truce. Hadrian kept his voice level. Stay out of my territory. Don't threaten Nazarick or anyone under its protection. In return, I'll stay out of yours. The prophecy binds us, but it doesn't dictate the nature of that binding. We can choose to be something other than enemies. Voldemort was quiet for a long moment. The Death Eaters exchanged uncertain glances. You're clever, Voldemort said finally. More clever than your parents. They never would have thought to negotiate. They didn't have my advantages. No. They didn't. Voldemort's smile returned, cold and calculating. I'll consider your proposal, Hadrian. But understand, if you're lying to me, if this is some kind of trick, then we'll be enemies anyway, and nothing will have changed. Hadrian shrugged. Think it over. You know how to reach me. He turned and walked back to Ether without waiting for a response. Climbed onto the dragon's back. Rose into the sky, feeling Voldemort's gaze burning into him the entire way. That was dangerous, Ether said through their bond. He wanted to kill you. I know. Why did you let him live? Hadrian smiled grimly. Because I wanted him to think about what I said. To wonder if I was telling the truth. To second-guess himself. He patted Ether's neck. The best weapon against a paranoid man is uncertainty. Let him stew in it for a while. And if he decides to attack anyway? Then we'll be ready. Hadrian looked back at the shrinking manor house. We'll always be ready. Returning to Nazarick felt like coming home. The familiar corridors, the bowing servants, the overwhelming sense of safety, all of it washed over Hadrian as he walked from the portal room toward his chambers. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but also exhilarated. He'd stood face to face with Voldemort and walked away unharmed. More than that, he'd made the Dark Lord hesitate. Hadrian. He stopped. Albedo was waiting in the corridor outside his room, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Albedo. How did it go? Better than expected. He's thinking about a truce. Do you believe him? No. But I've bought us time. Hadrian ran a hand through his hair. He's not going to attack immediately. He's going to watch, wait, try to figure out my game. That gives us months, maybe years, to prepare. Albedo nodded slowly. Ainz Sama will be pleased. I hope so. Hadrian started toward his door, then paused. Albedo? Yes. Thank you. For training me. For making me strong enough to face him. He met her eyes. I couldn't have done it without you. Something flickered across her face, an expression he couldn't quite identify. You did the work. I just showed you how. Still. Thank you. He went into his room, leaving Albedo standing in the corridor. She stayed there for a long time, staring at the closed door, feeling something shift in her chest that she didn't understand. Dangerous, she thought. This is dangerous. But she couldn't bring herself to walk away. Hadrian woke to find a message waiting for him. Father requests your presence in the throne room. Urgent. He dressed quickly and made his way through the familiar corridors. The throne room was crowded when he arrived, all the floor guardians present, plus Pandora's actor and several other high-ranking NPCs. What's wrong? Hadrian asked as he took his place. Nothing's wrong. Ainz's voice was strange, almost hesitant. I simply have an announcement to make. He rose from his throne and descended the steps until he stood before the assembled guardians. Before Hadrian. 17 years ago, Ainz said, I was alone. The last supreme being in Nazarick, abandoned by my friends, uncertain of my purpose. I existed, but I did not live. Then a child fell into my throne room, a broken, starving boy with no one in the world who cared whether he survived. Hadrian felt his throat tighten. I took that child in because I saw myself in him. I trained him because I wanted him to survive. But somewhere along the way, something changed. Ainz's red eyes glowed softly. He became more than a project. More than an heir. He became my son. In every way that matters. The throne room was silent. Even the ever-confident Shaltir seemed moved. Today, I'm making it official. Ainz reached into his robe and withdrew something, a ring, gleaming with dark metal and a crimson gem. Hadrian Olgaun, I formally acknowledge you as my blood heir and successor. Upon my death or abdication, you will become the supreme being of Nazarick, with all the power and responsibility that entails. Hadrian stared at the ring. Father, you don't have to say anything. Ainz pressed the ring into his hand. Just know that no matter what happens, no matter what choices you make, you are my son. You will always be my son. And I am proud of the man you've become. Hadrian put on the ring. It fit perfectly, resizing itself to match his finger. Power thrummed through him, the connection to Nazarick, to its wards, to its inhabitants. He could feel them all now, their loyalty and love washing over him like a warm tide. Thank you, he said quietly. Father. I won't let you down. I know you won't. Ainz returned to his throne. Now then. We have work to do. The Dark Lord won't wait forever, and neither will our enemies. Let's discuss strategy. The meeting continued, but Hadrian barely heard it. He kept looking at the ring on his finger, at the tangible proof of everything he'd gained since that day in the forest. He had a family. He had a home. He had a future. And nobody, not Voldemort, not Dumbledore, not anyone, was going to take that away from him. Chapter 3, The Letter That Found No One. Minerva McGonagall stared at the enchanted quill as it scratched another name off the Hogwarts enrollment list. That's the 14th one this month, she said quietly. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of his office, watching the grounds below with an expression she couldn't read. The parents are frightened. After Cedric's death, after the Ministry's denial, they're seeking alternatives. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have both reported increased applications. Minerva set down the parchment. But that's not what I wanted to discuss. I know. Dumbledore turned to face her. You want to talk about the Potter boy. The Potter boy. She laughed bitterly. He's not a boy anymore, Albus. He's 17 years old, raised by creatures we don't understand, trained in magic we've never seen. And he's out there, meeting with you-know-who, making deals. He proposed a truce. You believe that? I believe he believes it. Dumbledore moved to his desk and sat down heavily. He looked old, Minerva realized. Older than she'd ever seen him. Hadrian, Harry, is not our enemy. But he's not our ally either. He's something new. Something we don't have a category for. And that terrifies you. It should terrify everyone. Dumbledore picked up a letter from his desk, one of dozens he'd written over the years, all unanswered. I made mistakes with him, Minerva. Grave mistakes. I left him with people who abused him because I believed the blood wards would protect him. I monitored him from afar instead of intervening directly. I prioritized the greater good over the welfare of a child. You did what you thought was right. And I was wrong. His voice was soft. Now that child has grown into something I don't recognize. Something that might save us or destroy us, and I can't tell which. A knock at the door interrupted them. Severus Snape entered without waiting for permission, his face even paler than usual. The Dark Lord has called a meeting, he said. Tonight. Full attendance required. Do you know what it's about? Potter. Snape's lip curled. He's obsessed. Ever since their meeting in Albania, he's been planning something. Researching the boy's new family, their capabilities, their weaknesses. Has he found any? If he has, he hasn't shared them with me. Snape's dark eyes met Dumbledore's. But he's confident, Headmaster. More confident than I've seen him in years. Whatever he's planning, he believes it will work. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he stood. Minerva, contact the Order. Emergency meeting tomorrow night. Severus, attend the Dark Lord's gathering and report back immediately afterward. He moved toward the fireplace. I need to speak with someone. Who? Sirius Black. Dumbledore grabbed a handful of Flo powder. He's the only one who's actually talked to the boy recently. If anyone can tell us what Hadrian is thinking, it's him. Sirius was drunk when Dumbledore arrived. Not falling down drunk, but well past sober, with a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey on the table and a hollow look in his eyes. Grimmauld Place was dark around him, the ancient house creaking with memories and ghosts. Albus. He didn't bother standing. Come to lecture me? I came to ask for your help. Dumbledore sat across from him, ignoring the mess. You've met with Hadrian several times over the past year. Hadrian. Right. Not Harry anymore. Sirius took another drink. Yeah, I've seen him. He's not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. James's son, I suppose. A Gryffindor through and through, brave and reckless and loyal to a fault. Sirius laughed without humor. What I got was something else. Someone else. He's cold, Albus. Not cruel, but cold. Calculating. He looks at people like he's figuring out how to use them. And yet he keeps meeting with you. Because I'm useful. Sirius set down the bottle. I'm his connection to his parents. To their history, their friends, their world. As long as I can tell him stories about James and Lily, I have value. The moment I stop being useful. He shrugged. You don't believe that. Don't I? Sirius met his eyes. You didn't see him with Voldemort, Albus. I did. Hadrian sent me a memory of the meeting, wanted me to understand what he was dealing with. Do you know what I saw? Dumbledore waited. I saw a boy who wasn't afraid. Not for a second. He stood in front of the Dark Lord, surrounded by Death Eaters, and he was the one in control. He was the one setting terms. Sirius's voice dropped. That's not bravery, Albus. That's something else. Something that scares me. Has he said anything about his plans? About what Nazarick intends? Bits and pieces. They're expanding their influence in some other world, the New World, he called it. Building alliances, conquering territories. Voldemort is a distraction to them, not a priority. A distraction. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. The most dangerous dark wizard in history, and he's a distraction. You wanted to know what we're dealing with. Sirius reached for the bottle again, then stopped. Hadrian isn't coming back, Albus. Whatever you're hoping for, reconciliation, redemption, a heroic return to save the wizarding world, it's not going to happen. He has a new life now. A new family. And they matter to him more than we ever did. The prophecy, damn the prophecy. Sirius's voice was sharp. That prophecy has done nothing but ruin lives. It killed James and Lily. It put Harry in that hell with the Dursleys. It's the reason Voldemort hunted him in the first place. He stood, swaying slightly. Maybe it's time we stopped treating it like scripture and started treating it like what it is. Words. Just words, spoken by a woman in a trance. They don't have to mean anything if we don't let them. And if Voldemort disagrees, then Voldemort can take it up with Nazarick. Sirius moved toward the door. I'm going to bed, Albus. You can show yourself out. He left. Dumbledore sat alone in the dark kitchen, surrounded by dust and silence, wondering if he'd already lost the war before it even began. 1,200 miles away, in a dimension that didn't exist on any map, Hadrian was having breakfast. The dining room was quieter than usual. Ainz was in meetings with Demiurge, discussing the ongoing expansion into the Re-Estei's kingdom. Shaltir and Cocytus were on assignment in the New World. Only Albedo remained, seated across from Hadrian with a cup of something that definitely wasn't tea. You're brooding, she observed. I'm thinking. Same thing, with you. She set down her cup. What's troubling you? Hadrian pushed his food around his plate. Sirius sent a message yesterday. Dumbledore visited him, asking questions about me. Expected. The old wizard is grasping at straws. Maybe. Hadrian frowned. But something about it bothers me. Dumbledore isn't stupid. He's manipulative and arrogant, but he's not stupid. If he's reaching out to Sirius, it means he's planning something. Let him plan. Albedo's voice was dismissive. He has no power here. No influence. Whatever schemes he concocts, they'll break against Nazarick's walls like waves against stone. You're probably right. I'm always right. That surprised a laugh out of him. And so humble about it. Humility is for the weak. But there was a glint of humor in her eyes. Finish your breakfast. We have training in an hour. I thought training was cancelled today. I uncancelled it. She stood, her wings rustling. You've been spending too much time in meetings and not enough time maintaining your combat skills. Soft princes make easy targets. I killed 3 Death Eaters last month. Foot soldiers. Cannon fodder. Albedo's voice sharpened. When Voldemort comes, and he will come, regardless of whatever truce you proposed, he won't send foot soldiers. He'll send his best. And you need to be ready. Hadrian set down his fork. Is that concern I hear, Albedo? Something flickered across her face. It's pragmatism. Ainz Sama has invested considerable resources in your development. It would be wasteful to lose you now. Of course. Pragmatism. She left without responding, but Hadrian noticed the faint flush on her cheeks as she turned away. Interesting. Training with Albedo had evolved over the years. When Hadrian was a child, she'd held back, drastically, though she'd never admit it. She'd taught him forms and stances and the basics of combat, treating him like fragile glass that might shatter at any moment. Now, at 17, she fought him seriously. Not full strength, she could still crush him without trying, but seriously. Fast enough that he had to push his limits. Strong enough that blocking her strike sent shockwaves through his arms. She didn't give him openings or telegraph her attacks or do any of the thousand small things instructors did to make students feel better about themselves. She just tried to kill him, over and over, until he learned how to survive. Better, she said as Hadrian deflected her blade and countered with a thrust toward her midsection. Your footwork has improved. Thanks. I've been practicing. She batted aside his thrust and drove an elbow toward his face. He ducked, rolled, came up with his sword ready. Not bad. But you're still too predictable. Every time I overextend, you go for the same counter. It works. Against me, it won't work twice. She pressed forward, her blade a blur of motion. Against Voldemort's inner circle, it won't work at all. Hadrian gave ground, parrying desperately, looking for an opening that wasn't there. Albedo was relentless, every block led to a new attack, every dodge brought her closer, every feint masked something worse. Finally, she broke through his guard and put her blade to his throat. Dead, she said simply. Hadrian let out a breath. How long did I last? 4 minutes, 37 seconds. A new record. Progress. Incremental. She withdrew her blade and stepped back. Again. They went again. And again. By the time Albedo called an end to the session, Hadrian was drenched in sweat, aching in places he didn't know could ache, and fairly certain he'd developed several new bruises. You're pushing yourself harder than usual, he observed as they walked toward the training room's exit. The situation is escalating. Voldemort won't wait forever. The wizarding world is destabilizing. And you've made yourself a target. Albedo's voice was clipped. I refuse to let you die because I was insufficiently thorough. You care about me. I care about Nazric's future. Right. Of course. Hadrian smiled slightly. Nothing personal. Albedo stopped walking. Turned to face him. Her golden eyes were intense, searching. You're mocking me. A little. Why? Hadrian considered the question. They'd been dancing around this for years now, the subtle shifts in how she looked at him, the extra attention during training, the way she always seemed to be nearby when he needed something. He'd noticed. Of course he'd noticed. But he'd never pushed, never acknowledged it directly. Maybe it was time to change that. Because I know you care, he said quietly. And I know you hate admitting it. But Albedo, I'm not a child anymore. I can see what's happening between us. I've been able to see it for a while. Her wings flared. Nothing is happening, then why do you watch me when you think I'm not looking? Why do you find reasons to be near me? Why did you volunteer for every single one of my training sessions when any of the Pleiades could have handled it? Albedo's jaw tightened. You're imagining things. Am I? Hadrian stepped closer. Close enough to see the pulse jumping in her throat. I've studied under Demiurge for years, Albedo. I know how to read people. I know how to see beneath the surface. He met her eyes. I see you. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Albedo grabbed him by the collar and shoved him against the wall, her face inches from his, her wings spread wide. You don't know anything, she hissed. You're a human. A child. I've existed for eons, served beings of unimaginable power, witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. You think you can read me? I think I already have. Her grip tightened. I should what? Hadrian's voice was calm despite his racing heart. Kill me. Hurt me. Report me to my father for inappropriate behavior. He smiled slightly. Go ahead. Do what you need to do. But we both know that's not what you want. Albedo's breath was coming faster now. Her eyes were wild, conflicted, caught between anger and something else entirely. What do you want from me? She demanded. I want you to be honest. With yourself, if not with me. Hadrian raised one hand slowly and placed it against her cheek. I'm not asking for anything you're not ready to give. I'm just asking you to stop pretending there's nothing here. She didn't pull away from his touch. That was something. This is impossible, she said, but her voice had lost its edge. Ainz Sama wants me to be happy. And I think he wants the same for you. Hadrian stroked his thumb across her cheekbone. We don't have to figure this out today. We don't have to figure it out ever, if you don't want to. But stop lying to yourself about what you feel. It doesn't suit you. Albedo stared at him for a long moment. Then, abruptly, she released him and stepped back. This conversation never happened, she said flatly. If that's what you need. She turned and strode away without another word. Hadrian watched her go, heart still pounding, mind racing. That could have gone better. But it also could have gone worse. Progress. 2 days later, Hadrian was summoned to the 8th floor. The 8th floor of Nazareth was wilderness, a vast expanse of forests, mountains, and plains, all contained within an impossible space. It was home to some of the tomb's most dangerous creatures, as well as Victim and the Cherry Blossom Sanctuary. Today, it was also hosting a visitor. Hadrian. Ainz was waiting at the floor's entrance, accompanied by Demiurge. We have a situation. What kind of situation? The wizarding kind. Ainz gestured for him to follow. Dumbledore has sent another envoy. This one is different. They walked through the forest in silence. Hadrian's mind was churning, another envoy. After the disastrous first meeting, after years of failed negotiations, Dumbledore was trying again. The clearing they arrived at was beautiful, a meadow of wildflowers surrounding a small pond, with sunlight filtering through the leaves above. Standing at its center, looking profoundly uncomfortable, was a woman with bright pink hair. Nymphadora Tonks. Metamorphmagus, Auror, and member of the Order of the Phoenix. Hadrian had files on her, Demiurge's intelligence network was thorough, but he'd never met her in person. Harry Potter, she asked as he approached. Hadrian Olgown. He stopped a few feet away. You're taking a significant risk, coming here. Yeah, well. She shrugged, her hair flickering through several colors before settling on a nervous purple. Dumbledore asked, and I owed him a favor. Besides, I wanted to see for myself. See what? You. Her eyes swept over him, taking in his height, his bearing, the subtle wrongness of his magical aura. Merlin's beard. You really aren't Harry Potter anymore, are you? I haven't been Harry Potter for a long time. Hadrian kept his voice neutral. What does Dumbledore want? Same thing he always wants. Negotiation. Alliance. Some kind of understanding. Tonks ran a hand through her hair, making it spike in random directions. Voldemort's getting worse. The Ministry's falling apart. Dumbledore thinks you might be the key to stopping it all. The prophecy. That, and the fact that you apparently made the Dark Lord blink. She grinned crookedly. Word travels, even in our world. You walked into a meeting with Voldemort and walked out again. That's more than most people can say. I offered him a truce. Which he rejected. That caught Hadrian's attention. He rejected it. Officially, 2 days ago. Snape brought the news. Tonks's grin faded. He's planning something. Something big. Dumbledore doesn't know what, but the Death Eaters have been mobilizing resources, personnel, weapons. They're preparing for war. Against Nazarick. Against everyone. She met his eyes. Dumbledore wants you to know, whatever differences you have with him, whatever happened in the past, right now, you have a common enemy. And that enemy is coming for both of you. Hadrian considered this. The truce rejection wasn't surprising, he'd half expected it, but the timing was. If Voldemort was moving now, it meant he'd found something. Some advantage he believed would tip the scales. What does Dumbledore want from me specifically? Information, mainly. What do you know about Voldemort's plans? His capabilities? His weaknesses? Tonks shrugged. He's also willing to discuss terms for cooperation. Nothing binding, just talking. Figuring out if there's common ground. And you came alone to propose this? The others were too scared. Her hair turned a defiant red. I figured, what's the worst that happens? You kill me. At least I'll have seen the legendary Nazarick first. You're either very brave or very foolish. Little of both, probably. She grinned again. Runs in the family. Hadrian glanced back at Ainz, who had been observing silently. The overlord gave a slight nod. Tell Dumbledore I'll consider his proposal, Hadrian said. But any cooperation will happen on my terms. I'm not joining the Order of the Phoenix. I'm not taking orders from him. If we work together, it's as equals or not at all. Fair enough. Tonks looked around the meadow with obvious wonder. This place is incredible, by the way. I've never seen anything like it. Nazarick has many wonders. Hadrian gestured toward the forest. Demiurge will escort you to the exit. You'll have safe passage out. Thanks. She started to leave, then paused. Harry, Hadrian. For what it's worth. Sirius talks about you constantly. He's proud of you, even if he doesn't know how to say it. Something twisted in Hadrian's chest. Tell him I said hello. I will. She followed Demiurge into the forest, her purple hair bobbing between the trees until she disappeared from sight. An interesting development, Ainz observed. Voldemort rejected the truce. Hadrian's voice was thoughtful. He's confident. Too confident. He must have found something. Any theories? Several. None of them good. Hadrian turned to face his father. I think we need to accelerate our preparations. Whatever Voldemort is planning, I want to be ready. Agreed. Ainz placed a hand on his shoulder. Call a meeting of the Floor Guardians. It's time to discuss contingencies. The meeting took place in the Round Table Room, a space that hadn't been used since the Supreme Beings first founded Nazarick. It was a deliberate choice, a reminder of what this gathering represented. All the Floor Guardians were present. Albedo sat at Ainz's right hand, her expression carefully neutral. She hadn't looked at Hadrian directly since their confrontation, but he could feel her awareness of him like a physical weight. The situation has changed, Ainz began. Voldemort has rejected our truce offer and appears to be preparing for war. We need to discuss our response. Kill him, Shaltir said immediately. He's a pest. Squash him and be done with it. It's not that simple, Demiurge interjected. Voldemort has taken precautions, soul anchors called Horcruxes that prevent his permanent death. As long as those exist, he'll keep returning. Then destroy the Horcruxes first. We would if we knew where they all were. Demiurge adjusted his spectacles. Our intelligence suggests at least 6, possibly 7. We've confirmed the locations of 3. The others remain hidden. There's another consideration, Hadrian said. All eyes turned to him. The wizarding world itself. If we intervene directly, openly, we'll be seen as invaders. Conquerors. It'll unite everyone against us, not just Voldemort's forces. Why should we care what humans think? Shaltir scoffed. Because public perception matters. Hadrian leaned forward. We're not just trying to kill Voldemort. We're trying to establish Nazarick as a power that can be dealt with diplomatically. If every nation sees us as monsters, we'll spend eternity fighting wars we don't need to fight. The prince makes a valid point, Demiurge acknowledged. Our long-term strategy requires some level of legitimacy in the wider world. So what do you propose? Albedo asked. Her voice was professional, distant. Hadrian had been thinking about this for days. A coalition. We work with Dumbledore, not under him, to handle Voldemort. Officially, the wizarding world defeats the Dark Lord with their own strength. Unofficially, we provide support, intelligence, and targeted interventions. You want us to hide in the shadows while humans take the CR? Shaltir sounded disgusted. I want us to achieve our objectives without unnecessary complications. Hadrian met her gaze steadily. Think about it. Voldemort falls. The wizarding world celebrates their victory. And in the chaos that follows, as they're busy rebuilding and congratulating themselves, we expand our influence without anyone noticing. It's risky, Ainz said. If the collaboration becomes public, then we're prepared to handle the fallout. But I don't think it will. Hadrian smiled slightly. Dumbledore has his own reputation to consider. He won't want anyone to know he needed help from dark creatures to win his war. A long silence followed. The floor guardians exchanged glances, considering. I approve, Demiurge said finally. It's elegant. Subtle. Exactly the kind of multi-layered approach that maximizes benefit while minimizing exposure. I still think we should just kill everyone involved, Shaltir muttered. But fine. If the prince thinks this is best. One by one, the others voiced their assent. Even Albedo, after a long pause, nodded her agreement. Then it's decided, Ainz declared. Hadrian, you'll take point on the collaboration. Keep me informed of any significant developments. Yes, father. The meeting adjourned. As the guardians filed out, Hadrian felt a hand on his arm. Albedo. Her grip was light but insistent. We need to talk, she said quietly. I thought the conversation never happened. Don't be petty. She glanced around to make sure they were alone. Not here. My quarters. 1 hour. Before he could respond, she was gone. Albedo's quarters were on the 9th floor, adjacent to Ainz's chambers. Hadrian had never been inside before. It was one of the few places in Nazarick he'd never explored, more out of respect for her privacy than any prohibition. The door opened at his approach. Inside was, not what he expected. The room was elegant but sparse. A bed that looked unused. A desk covered in papers and reports. Shelves lined with books on military strategy and magical theory. And everywhere, small touches that revealed something softer. A vase of flowers, a collection of small figurines, a painting of a sunset that seemed almost out of place. Albedo stood by the window, her back to him. Her wings were folded tight against her body. Close the door, she said. He did. I've been thinking about what you said. Her voice was flat, controlled. About seeing me. About what you claim is happening between us. And you're not wrong. She turned to face him. Her expression was complicated, fear and anger and something else, something vulnerable. I have feelings. For you. I've had them for years. I've been trying to ignore them, rationalize them, explain them away as something else. But you're right. It's there. Hadrian didn't move, didn't speak. This felt like something that could shatter at the slightest wrong word. I hate it, Albedo continued. I hate that a human, even you, has this kind of power over me. I was created to serve Ainz Sama. To love Ainz Sama. These feelings for you are wrong. Contradictory. They shouldn't exist. But they do. Yes. Her voice cracked slightly. They do. She crossed the room toward him, her movements jerky, uncertain. Stopped close enough that he could see the rapid pulse in her throat. I don't know what to do about this, she admitted. I've never felt this way before. About anyone. We figure it out together. Hadrian reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away, and took her hand. That's how these things work. No one has all the answers from the start. What if it destroys everything? What if Ainz Sama, father wants me to be happy? I told you that. Hadrian squeezed her hand gently. And I think, maybe, you're part of that happiness. If you want to be. Albedo stared at their joined hands. This is insane. Probably. You're 17. Old enough to know what I want. You're human. You'll die in a few decades, we'll worry about that when the time comes. Hadrian pulled her slightly closer. Albedo. Stop looking for reasons why this can't work. Just answer one question, do you want it to work? She met his eyes. The vulnerability there was raw, exposed, utterly unlike the composed guardian overseer everyone else saw. Yes, she whispered. God help me, yes. Hadrian smiled. Then he leaned in and kissed her. It was awkward at first, neither of them had any experience, whatever Albedo's theoretical knowledge might suggest. Their noses bumped. She made a startled sound against his lips. Her wings flared wide, then folded back uncertainly. But then something clicked. She pulled him closer, one hand fisting in his shirt, the other pressing against his back. The kiss deepened, became something urgent and hungry and desperate. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. That was, Albedo started. Yeah. We should, probably. She laughed, an actual, genuine laugh, bright and surprised. We're terrible at this. We'll get better with practice. Her eyes darkened. Practice? As much as you want. Hadrian grinned. I'm a very dedicated student. She kissed him again. Later, much later, they lay together on her bed, fully clothed but tangled in each other's arms. Albedo's head rested on his chest, her wings draped over both of them like a blanket. Ainz Sama needs to know, she said quietly. I'll tell him tomorrow. You're not worried? A little. Hadrian stroked her hair. But I think he'll understand. He wants me to be happy, and you're his closest confidant. It makes sense, in a weird way. Nothing about this makes sense. But she snuggled closer, contradicting her words. What about your war? Voldemort? The wizarding world? Still there. Still needs dealing with. Hadrian stared at the ceiling. But for tonight, can we just have this? One night where we're not the Prince of Nazarick and the Guardian Overseer. Where we're just two people who care about each other. Albedo was quiet for a moment. Then she shifted, rising up on one elbow to look at him. One night, she agreed. But tomorrow, we're back to work. Deal. She kissed him softly, then settled back against his chest. Within minutes, her breathing evened out into sleep. Hadrian stayed awake longer, holding her, thinking about everything that was coming. Voldemort's plans. Dumbledore's coalition. The war that would reshape the wizarding world and possibly beyond. But underneath all of that, a quiet warmth. A sense of rightness that he hadn't expected to find. Whatever happened next, he wasn't facing it alone. That made all the difference. Morning came too quickly. Hadrian disentangled himself from Albedo carefully, trying not to wake her. She stirred anyway, golden eyes blinking open. You're leaving. Father's expecting me for breakfast. And we have that coalition meeting to prepare for. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. I'll see you soon. Hadrian. Her hand caught his wrist. Last night. I don't regret it. Neither do I. Good. She released him. Now go. Before someone notices where you spent the night. He went. Ainz was waiting in the private dining room, as expected. What wasn't expected was his expression, or lack thereof, since he was a skeleton, which somehow conveyed knowing amusement. Good morning, son. His voice was carefully neutral. Sleep well? Yes. Hadrian sat down, suddenly very aware of how rumpled his clothes must look. Father, there's something I need to tell you. About your new relationship with Albedo? Hadrian froze. You know. I am the supreme being of Nazarick. Very little happens here without my knowledge. Ainz picked up a document from the table, the pretense of having breakfast, since he couldn't actually eat. Albedo's emotional state has been, unusual, for some time. And you're not nearly as subtle as you think. Are you angry? Should I be? Ainz set down the document. You're my son. She's my most trusted guardian. If anyone deserves happiness, it's the two of you. Relief washed over Hadrian. Thank you. I was worried that I'd forbid it. Object to it? Ainz shook his head. Hadrian, I want you to have a full life. Love, connection, purpose. The things I never had when I was human. His red eyes glowed softly. Albedo is difficult, prickly, obsessive. But she's also loyal, brilliant, and capable of great devotion. If you can make each other happy, I have no objection. I don't know if we can. We're still figuring things out. That's how it should be. Ainz reached across the table and placed a bony hand on Hadrian's. Just promise me one thing. Don't let this distract you from what's coming. Voldemort is preparing. The war is coming. And when it arrives, I need you focused. I will be. We both will. Hadrian squeezed his father's hand. Thank you, father. For understanding. Always. The coalition meeting happened 3 days later. They chose neutral ground again, a small island off the Scottish coast, warded against detection and accessible only by portkey or apparition. Hadrian arrived with Albedo and Demiurge, maintaining the appearance of diplomatic delegation rather than military force. Dumbledore was already waiting, accompanied by the core members of his Order of the Phoenix. McGonagall, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin. And, to Hadrian's surprise, Sirius. Harry. His godfather moved forward immediately, then stopped, uncertain. Sorry. Hadrian. It's fine. Hadrian embraced him briefly, something he'd rarely done before, but the moment seemed to call for it. It's good to see you. You too, pup. You too. The meeting itself was tense but productive. They shared intelligence, Nazarick's information about Horcrux locations, the Order's knowledge of Death Eater movements and Ministry infiltration. They discussed strategy, coordinated strikes against known enemy positions, contingency plans for various attack scenarios, communication protocols. Dumbledore was surprisingly reasonable. He asked questions rather than demanding answers. He offered suggestions rather than giving orders. He treated Hadrian as an equal, just as Hadrian had demanded. You've changed, Hadrian told him during a break in discussions. Necessity is an excellent teacher. Dumbledore's eyes were tired but clear. I spent decades believing I knew what was best for everyone. That arrogance cost lives, including nearly yours. If working with you means swallowing my pride, then my pride is a small price to pay. That's surprisingly humble. Old age does that to some of us. A ghost of his old twinkle appeared. Others just become more stubborn. I'm trying to be the former. By the end of the meeting, they had the framework of a plan. 3 teams targeting 3 confirmed Horcrux locations. Simultaneous strikes to prevent Voldemort from moving the objects. Nazarick would provide magical support and extraction capabilities. The Order would handle the actual destruction, using fiendfire and basilisk venom they'd somehow acquired. 1 week, Dumbledore declared. We move in 1 week. We'll be ready, Hadrian promised. The night before the strikes, Hadrian stood on the surface above Nazarick, watching the stars. Ether coiled beside him, the dragon's massive body radiating warmth against the cold night air. Their bond hummed with shared anticipation, both of them felt the coming storm. Nervous? Albedo asked, appearing at his side. A little. He didn't turn to look at her. Tomorrow changes everything. Either we start dismantling Voldemort's immortality, or we fail spectacularly and hand him a massive victory. We won't fail. Her hand found his. You've planned for every contingency. The teams are prepared. Even if something goes wrong, we have extraction protocols ready. I know. I just. He trailed off. What? I keep thinking about what comes after. Hadrian finally looked at her. Voldemort dies, eventually. The wizarding world rebuilds. And then what? Where do we go from there? Wherever we want. Albedo stepped closer. That's the advantage of being who we are. We're not bound by prophecies or obligations or anyone else's expectations. We make our own future. Together. She kissed him softly. Together. Ether made a rumbling sound that might have been approval, or might have been mild disgust at their sentimentality. With dragons, it was hard to tell. Get some sleep, Albedo murmured against his lips. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Stay with me tonight? I thought you'd never ask. They walked back toward the tomb entrance, hand in hand, while Ether curled up in the starlight and watched them go. Tomorrow, the war would begin in earnest. Tonight, they had each other. It was enough. Chapter 4, Retrieval. The Horcrux screamed as it died. Hadrian watched through a scrying mirror as Remus Lupin drove the basilisk fang into the golden cup, dark magic exploding outward in a wave of corruption that nearly knocked the werewolf off his feet. Across the chamber, some hidden vault beneath Gringotts that the goblins had been persuaded to provide access to, Tonks caught Lupin before he could fall. Target Alpha destroyed, Demiurge reported from beside Hadrian. Team 2 confirms destruction of the locket. Team 3 is encountering complications. What kind of complications? The scrying mirror shifted, showing a different scene. A decrepit shack in the English countryside, surrounded by wards that crackled with malevolent energy. Moody was on the ground, his prosthetic leg twisted at an impossible angle. McGonagall was bleeding from a gash across her forehead. And Dumbledore was dueling something that shouldn't exist. The ring's guardian was a construct of pure dark magic, vaguely humanoid, with empty holes where eyes should be and a mouth that opened onto nothing. It moved like smoke, reforming whenever a spell struck it, counterattacking with tendrils of shadow that left everything they touched withered and dead. Gaunt family defenses, Demiurge murmured. Impressive. The Dark Lord clearly didn't want this one found. Can they handle it? Uncertain. The construct appears to regenerate from ambient dark magic. As long as it has a source, then we cut the source. Hadrian rose from his seat. Open a portal. I'm going in. Hadrian, now, Demiurge. The demon hesitated for just a moment, then nodded. A portal tore open in the air before them, showing the battle on the other side. Hadrian stepped through. The first thing he noticed was the cold. Not physical cold, magical cold, the chill of death magic saturating every inch of the surrounding area. The shack reeked of it. The ground was black with it. Even the air tasted like decay. The second thing he noticed was the guardian turning toward him. New target acquired, it said in a voice like rattling bones. Potter bloodline detected. Primary threat. Eliminating. It lunged. Hadrian didn't run. Didn't dodge. He planted his feet, raised one hand, and pushed. Not with magic. With will. The guardian slammed into an invisible wall and stopped dead. Cracks appeared in its smoky form as Hadrian's power ground against it. "You're a construct," Hadrian said calmly. "A programmed defense left by a dead family. You have no soul, no will, no purpose beyond what you were created for. And I'm telling you now, your purpose is over. Cannot comply." The guardian strained against his power. Must protect. There's nothing left to protect. Hadrian pushed harder. The gaunts are gone. Voldemort abandoned this place decades ago. You've been guarding an empty house for nothing. The construct shuddered. More cracks appeared. "I'm offering you a choice," Hadrian continued. "Stand down, and I'll end you cleanly. Keep fighting, and I'll tear you apart piece by piece. Either way, the ring is being destroyed. The only question is how much you want to suffer first." For a long moment, the guardian hung suspended in his grip. Then, slowly, the fight went out of it. "Purpose, concluded," it whispered. "Awaiting, termination." Hadrian closed his fist. The construct collapsed into dust. Behind him, Dumbledore lowered his wand slowly. That was impressive. That was necessary. Hadrian turned to face him. "The ring. Where is it?" "Inside." Dumbledore gestured toward the shack. "But there are more wards, I'll handle them." He walked past the headmaster without waiting for a response. The shack's door opened at his touch, not because the wards let him through, but because his power burned through them like fire through paper. Inside was darkness, dust, and years of neglect. And on a table in the center of the room, a small gold ring with a black stone. Hadrian approached it carefully. The ring pulsed with malevolent energy, whispering promises of power, of resurrection, of everything he'd ever wanted. The resurrection stone, he realized. One of the deathly hallows, twisted into a vessel for Voldemort's soul. He picked it up. The whispers intensified, clawing at his mind, trying to find purchase. He felt the soul fragment inside reaching for him, seeking a new host, a new vehicle for its master's will. "Nice try," he muttered. Then he drew the basilisk fong from his belt. Dumbledore had provided several for this mission, and drove it through the stone. The scream was worse than the cups. Louder. More personal. For just a moment, Hadrian felt Voldemort's attention snap toward him, felt the Dark Lord's rage and fear and desperate hatred. Then the ring crumbled to dust, and the connection severed. 3 down, Hadrian said quietly. 4 to go. The aftermath of the strikes was chaotic. Moody's leg needed replacing, again. McGonagall required 3 days in St. Mungo's for curse damage. Lupin was suffering magical exhaustion that would take a week to recover from. But all 3 Horcruxes were destroyed, and no one had died. A successful operation, Dumbledore declared at the debriefing. Better than I dared hope. We were lucky, Hadrian countered. The Gaunt Shack defenses were stronger than anticipated. If I hadn't intervened, but you did intervene. That's what matters. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. You destroyed that guardian with pure willpower. No wand, no spell, no ritual. Just, intent. My training covered more than wizarding magic. Evidently. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. May I ask, what exactly did they teach you, in Nazarick? Everything. Hadrian met his gaze steadily. Combat. Strategy. Politics. Magic systems from worlds you've never heard of. How to read people, manipulate them, destroy them if necessary. He smiled slightly. They turned a broken child into a weapon. I'm just choosing what to point that weapon at. And right now, you're pointing it at Voldemort. Right now, yes. What about later? The question hung in the air between them. Hadrian could feel the weight of it, the fear behind Dumbledore's calm facade, the concern that he'd simply traded one Dark Lord for another. Later, Hadrian said slowly, I'm going to build something. A place where people like me, people who don't fit anywhere, who've been abandoned or betrayed or forgotten, can find a home. A family. He stood. I'm not interested in conquest, headmaster. I'm not interested in ruling the wizarding world or destroying it. I just want to protect what's mine. And if our interests ever conflict, then we'll deal with it when it happens. Hadrian moved toward the door. But for now, we have a common enemy. Let's focus on that. He left before Dumbledore could respond. Back in Nazarick, Hadrian found Albedo waiting for him. She was in the war room, surrounded by maps and reports and tactical projections. The strikes had been her design as much as his, she'd handled logistics while he'd handled execution, and she clearly wanted a full debrief. The ring's destruction was messier than expected, she said without preamble. Voldemort felt it. He knows we're coming for his anchors. Good. Hadrian dropped into a chair beside her. Let him worry. Let him scramble to protect what's left. Every moment he spends on defense is a moment he's not spending on offense. He'll accelerate his plans. Probably. Hadrian rubbed his eyes. What do we know about the remaining Horcruxes? Albedo consulted her notes. The diary was destroyed years ago, apparently by some girl at Hogwarts using a basilisk fawn. The cup, locket, and ring are now gone as well. That leaves the snake, the diadem, and potentially something else. The something else being me. Previously. She looked at him. Demiurge confirmed the soul fragment was removed during your cleansing 3 years ago. You're not a Horcrux anymore. But Voldemort doesn't know that. Hadrian leaned forward. He thinks he has 6 anchors left. He thinks I'm still connected to him. A slow smile spread across his face. We can use that. How? Bait. The smile sharpened. If Voldemort believes killing me will destroy one of his Horcruxes, he'll hesitate. He won't want to lose an anchor until he's sure. That hesitation is an advantage. You want to let him think you're still his Horcrux. Albedo's voice was flat. While actively hunting the real ones. Exactly. That's incredibly dangerous. It's also our best chance. Hadrian reached out and took her hand. I know you don't like it. But we need every edge we can get. Albedo was silent for a long moment, her fingers tight around his. Then she sighed. Fine. But you're not doing anything alone from this point forward. Wherever you go, I go. That might make things complicated. I don't care. Her golden eyes burned into his. You matter to me, Hadrian. More than tactics. More than strategy. If something happens to you, it won't. You can't promise that. No. He squeezed her hand. But I can promise to be careful. To come back to you. To not take any risks I don't absolutely have to take. That's not very reassuring, given your definition of have to. He laughed despite himself. Fair point. She pulled him closer, resting her forehead against his. Just, don't die. I've only recently figured out how to do this relationship thing. I'd hate to have to start over with someone else. Romantic. I try. They stayed like that for a long moment, finding comfort in each other's presence. Then Hadrian pulled back with a sigh. We should get back to work. The diadem, do we have any leads? Possibly. Albedo shuffled through her papers. Historical records suggest it was hidden in Hogwarts itself. There's a room called the Room of Requirement that can become anything the user needs. If Voldemort wanted somewhere to hide something precious, then we need to get into Hogwarts. Without Dumbledore knowing. Hadrian considered this. No. With his help. If the diadem is in his school, he should know about it. And destroying it will require access we can't get without him. You trust him that much? I trust him to want Voldemort dead. Hadrian stood. That's enough for now. The meeting with Dumbledore took place 2 days later, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Hadrian had never been inside the castle before. Walking through its corridors, feeling the weight of centuries of magical history, he understood why so many wizards revered the place. It was impressive, ancient stone soaked in power, paintings that moved and spoke, suits of armor that saluted as he passed. But it was also a prison of sorts. A place designed to shape young minds according to specific ideals. He wondered how many students had entered these halls full of potential and left diminished, their possibilities narrowed to what their teachers deemed acceptable. You look pensive, Dumbledore observed as Hadrian entered his office. I'm thinking about what this place represents. Hadrian took the offered seat. Education is power. Whoever controls education controls the future. You've shaped generations of wizards according to your vision, headmaster. That's not a small thing. It's not meant to be controlling. It's meant to be guiding. Is there a difference? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Perhaps not as much as I'd like to believe. You have a talent for uncomfortable questions, Hadrian. I was raised by people who don't sugarcoat things. Hadrian leaned forward. Speaking of which, we've identified another Horcrux. It's here, in the castle. To his CR, Dumbledore barely reacted. Where? The Room of Requirement. 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Hadrian watched his face carefully. You knew it was possible. You've suspected for years. I've suspected many things. Proof has been harder to come by. Dumbledore rose and moved to his window, looking out over the grounds. The Room of Requirement is complicated. It doesn't exist in any conventional sense. Accessing it requires specific intent, and even then, what you find depends on what you need. We need to destroy a Horcrux. And the room will show us where it is. Dumbledore shook his head. It's not that simple. Voldemort hid the diadem there decades ago, when he came to apply for the defense position. I've searched for it since, multiple times. The room never reveals it. Because you were looking for an object. Not for something to destroy. Hadrian stood. Let me try. My training covered spatial magic, pocket dimensions, things that might help navigate whatever the room actually is. It could be dangerous. Everything worth doing is dangerous. Hadrian moved toward the door. Coming. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy depicted the man's foolish attempt to teach trolls ballet. It was ridiculous and charming in equal measure. Hadrian studied it while Dumbledore explained the room's activation process. Walk past 3 times while concentrating on what you need, the headmaster said. The door should appear. Should. It's temperamental. Hadrian nodded and began pacing. I need to find the Horcrux. I need to find what Voldemort hid here. I need to find the diadem. Nothing happened. He tried again, adjusting his approach. I need to find the room where things are hidden. I need to find the room of lost objects. I need to find what's been forgotten. Still nothing. Interesting, Dumbledore murmured. It usually responds by now. Hadrian stopped pacing and considered the problem. The room responded to need, to intent. But he wasn't from this world, not really. His magic was different, shaped by Nazric's training and the wild magic of the New World. Maybe the room couldn't read him properly. Or maybe it could read him too well. He closed his eyes and thought about what he actually needed. Not the diadem. Not the Horcrux. What he needed was to protect his family. To end the threat Voldemort represented. To build the future he'd been working toward for a decade. I need to destroy the thing that stands between me and peace. A door appeared. It wasn't the grand entrance Dumbledore had described. It was small, almost hidden, barely visible against the stone wall. Hadrian reached for the handle. Wait. Dumbledore's hand caught his arm. The room's magic is unpredictable. Let me go first. No. Hadrian shook off his grip. You've tried before and failed. Whatever's in there, it responds to me specifically. I have to do this alone. Before the headmaster could argue further, Hadrian opened the door and stepped through. The room beyond was nothing like he expected. Instead of piles of lost objects, towers of forgotten things, he found himself in a small, circular chamber. The walls were mirrors, reflecting his image from every angle. In the center of the room sat a single pedestal, and on that pedestal, the diadem. It was beautiful. Silver and sapphires, delicate as spider silk, radiating intelligence and power. The soul fragment inside pulsed with dark energy, reaching toward him, whispering promises. I can give you everything, it said. Knowledge beyond measure. Power beyond imagination. All the secrets of magic, laid bare before you. Just put me on. Just let me in. Tempting, Hadrian said aloud. But I've heard better offers. He drew the basilisk fawn. The whispers turned to screams. The mirrors shattered around him, revealing not walls but void, empty blackness stretching forever in all directions. The pedestal crumbled. The diadem floated into the air, spinning faster and faster, generating winds that tore at his clothes and hair. You cannot destroy me, Voldemort's voice boomed from everywhere at once. I am immortal. I am eternal. You're a piece of a scared little boy who didn't want to die. Hadrian lunged forward, Fong extended. And I'm not impressed. The Fong pierced the diadem's largest sapphire. Light exploded. Sound vanished. For one endless moment, Hadrian hung suspended in nothingness, surrounded by the death throes of a fractured soul. Then he was falling. He woke up in the hospital wing, with Albedo gripping his hand hard enough to bruise. You idiot, she hissed when his eyes opened. You absolute, complete, utter idiot. Nice to see you too. His voice came out as a croak. What happened? The room collapsed. You were found in the corridor, unconscious, clutching a ruined piece of jewelry. Her grip tightened further. You've been out for 3 days. 3 days? Hadrian tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Everything hurt. The diadem, destroyed. The Horcrux is gone. Albedo's expression shifted from anger to something more complicated. You did it. But Hadrian, you almost died. The backlash from the destruction nearly stopped your heart. But it didn't. That's not the point. Isn't it? Hadrian reached up with his free hand to cup her face. I survived. The Horcrux is destroyed. We're one step closer to ending this. That's what matters. Albedo's eyes were bright with unshed tears. You matter. To me. To Ainz Sama. To everyone who depends on you. If you throw your life away for a mission, I wasn't throwing anything away. I was taking a calculated risk. He stroked her cheek gently. And I'd do it again if I had to. That's who I am, Albedo. That's who you fell in love with. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she leaned down and kissed him, hard, desperate, full of fear and relief and something fiercer than both. Don't ever do that again, she whispered against his lips. I can't promise that. I know. She pulled back slightly. I hate that about you. No, you don't. No, she admitted. I don't. Recovery took another week. Hadrian spent most of it in Nazareth, attended by healers who clucked over his condition and Albedo who barely left his side. Ainz visited daily, providing updates on the wider situation and pretending not to be concerned about his son's near-death experience. Voldemort knows, Ainz reported on the fourth day. He felt the diadem's destruction. According to Snape, he's in a rage, killing followers, destroying property, generally making everyone's lives miserable. Good. Hadrian shifted in his bed, trying to find a comfortable position. An angry enemy makes mistakes. He's also accelerating his plans. The ministry fell this morning. That got Hadrian's attention. Already? A coup. Death Eaters in key positions revealed themselves simultaneously. The minister is dead. The Auror Corps is compromised. As of 6 hours ago, the British wizarding world is under Voldemort's control. And Dumbledore? Retreating to Hogwarts. The castle's wards should hold for now, but he's effectively under siege. Ainz's red eyes glowed thoughtfully. He's asking for our help. Of course he is. Hadrian laughed bitterly. What kind of help? Direct intervention. He wants Nazareth to openly join the war. No. Ainz tilted his head. You sound certain. Because I am. Hadrian sat up despite the pain. If we intervene openly, we become the enemy. Everyone unites against the foreign monsters. Voldemort becomes a symbol of resistance instead of a tyrant. We win the battle and lose everything else. Then what do you suggest? Hadrian thought about it. The situation had changed, dramatically, but the fundamental calculus remained the same. They needed to defeat Voldemort without becoming the new threat. They needed to let the wizarding world save itself. We continue as we have been, he said finally. Support. Intelligence. Targeted strikes against Horcruxes. But we don't show our full strength. We don't give them a reason to fear us more than they fear Voldemort. Even if people die. People are going to die regardless. Hadrian's voice was hard. That's war. Our job isn't to save everyone, it's to win. And winning means thinking long-term, not reacting to every crisis. Ainz studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. You've grown, he said. When you first came to us, you would have rushed to help anyone in danger. Now you understand the bigger picture. I had good teachers. Yes. Ainz placed a bony hand on his shoulder. You did. Rest now. We'll talk more when you're stronger. 2 days later, Hadrian was well enough to walk. He spent the time studying reports, coordinating with Demiurge, planning their next moves. The snake, Nagini, was the obvious target. Voldemort kept it close at all times, which made it both the hardest to reach and the most important to destroy. Direct assault is suicide, Demiurge concluded after hours of analysis. The Dark Lord's inner circle is formidable, and he rarely leaves himself unprotected. What about indirect methods? Poison is ineffective, the snake is magically resistant. Traps are unpredictable, Voldemort changes locations frequently. Assassination through turncoats is possible but risky, Snape's position is already precarious. Hadrian drummed his fingers on the table. What if we didn't have to reach the snake? What if we could bring the snake to us? Elaborate. Voldemort wants me. He thinks I'm still his Horcrux, which means he'll hesitate to kill me directly. But he'll want to capture me. Study me. Figure out how to use my connection to his advantage. Hadrian smiled grimly. We give him what he wants. You want to be captured. I want to appear captured. Set a trap that looks convincing enough for Voldemort to take the bait. When he brings me to his base, wherever that is, I'm inside his defenses. Close to the snake. Close to him. Demiurge's eyes gleamed behind his spectacles. It's audacious. Dangerous. Possibly brilliant. It's necessary. Hadrian leaned forward. We're running out of time. Every day Voldemort controls the ministry, his position strengthens. We need to end this quickly, and that means taking risks. Albedo won't like it. Albedo doesn't have to like it. She just has to support me. Hadrian stood. Start planning. I want a workable operation within the week. Albedo's reaction was exactly what Hadrian expected. Absolutely not. It's not your decision to make. I don't care. She was pacing his chambers, wings flared, practically vibrating with fury. You're proposing to let yourself be captured by the Dark Lord. Do you have any idea how many ways that could go wrong? 17, by my count. Demiurge is working on contingencies for all of them. Contingencies don't matter if you're dead. I won't be dead. Hadrian caught her arm, stopping her pacing. Albedo. Look at me. She did, reluctantly. Her golden eyes were blazing. I know this is dangerous. I know you're scared. But this is what I was trained for, what I've spent my entire life preparing for. Voldemort is never going to be more vulnerable than when he thinks he's won. That's when we strike. That's when we end this. And if he kills you before you can strike? He won't. He needs me alive, or at least he thinks he does. Hadrian pulled her closer. Trust me. Trust all the years of training, all the preparations, all the work we've done together. I can do this. Albedo's jaw tightened. For a long moment, she said nothing. I'm coming with you, she said finally. Albedo, non-negotiable. Her voice was iron. If you're doing this, I'm doing it too. Either we both risk our lives, or neither of us does. Hadrian wanted to argue. The whole plan relied on him appearing vulnerable, alone, separated from his support network. Bringing Albedo would complicate everything. But looking at her face, the determination there, the fear she was barely containing, the love she'd never quite learned how to express, he couldn't refuse her. Fine, he said. We do it together. Together. She leaned her forehead against his. And if this goes wrong, I'm going to kill you myself. Wouldn't have it any other way. The trap was set a week later. They chose an abandoned village in northern England, far from any wizarding settlements. The story, spread through careful leaks to known Death Eater informants, was that Hadrian had become separated from his allies during a skirmish. Injured. Vulnerable. Trying to reach a hidden safe house. In reality, every building in the village was warded with Nazaric's best defensive magic. Hidden portals allowed for instant reinforcement. And the injury Hadrian displayed was just makeup, carefully designed to be convincing without actually limiting his capabilities. They're coming, Demiurge's voice came through the communication crystal. 20 Death Eaters, approaching from the north. And, yes, I can confirm. The Dark Lord is with them. Hadrian exchanged a glance with Albedo, who was hidden in the building across the street. She was disguised as a piece of rubble, her true form concealed by layered illusions. Only Hadrian could see her golden eyes watching him. Remember the plan, she said through their private connection. Capture first. Access to the snake. Then we move. I remember. Don't be a hero. Wouldn't dream of it. The Death Eaters reached the village. Black robes, silver masks, moving with the arrogant confidence of conquerors. They spread out, searching, while a figure in the center remained still. Voldemort. He looked different from the last time they'd met. More substantial somehow, more real. His power radiated outward in visible waves, pressing against Hadrian's senses. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord said, his voice carrying despite its softness. Or should I say, Hadrian Olgown. I admit, I've been looking forward to this. Hadrian emerged from his hiding spot, playing his role, limping, clutching his side, appearing battered and desperate. Voldemort. Come to finish me yourself? I've come to collect what's mine. Voldemort glided forward, his snake coiling beside him. You carry a piece of my soul, boy. Did you think I'd let you wander free forever? I thought you might be too scared to face me directly. Hadrian let his voice shake slightly. Hiding behind your followers. Sending others to do your dirty work. Is that what you think? Voldemort laughed, a cold, empty sound. I've been watching you, Hadrian. Studying you. You're impressive, I'll admit. But you're not invincible. And tonight, you'll learn the difference between power and true immortality. He raised his wand. Nagini. Guard. The snake slithered forward, positioning itself between Voldemort and any potential threat. Perfect. Take him, Voldemort ordered his followers. Alive. I have questions that need answering. Death Eaters converged on Hadrian. He let them bind his hands, take his visible weapons, force him to his knees. Playing the role. Biding his time. Search the area, Voldemort continued. He may have allies nearby. This was the critical moment. If they found Albedo, the whole plan fell apart. But Albedo's illusions held. The Death Eaters passed within feet of her without noticing. One actually stepped on the rubble she'd disguised herself as and felt nothing but stone. Clear, the search leader reported. He's alone. Excellent. Voldemort approached, standing directly in front of Hadrian. You disappoint me, boy. I expected more from someone who allegedly challenged me to my face. That was different. I wasn't injured then. Weren't you? Or are you simply out of your depth? Voldemort crouched, bringing himself to eye level. Your adopted father isn't coming to save you. Your monster allies are far away. You're mine now, Hadrian. And I'm going to find out exactly what makes you tick. He stood and turned away. Bring him. We have much to discuss. The Dark Lord's headquarters was a manor house that Hadrian recognized from intelligence reports, Malfoy Manor, ancestral home of one of Voldemort's most prominent followers. The wards hit him the moment they crossed the threshold, pressing against his concealed power, testing his defenses. He kept them hidden. Appeared weak. Let them think the wards were suppressing him. Put him in the cells, Voldemort ordered. I'll deal with him personally in the morning. The cells were in the basement, dark, damp, exactly as unpleasant as expected. Hadrian was thrown into one and left alone, the door slamming shut behind him. Albedo, he murmured. I'm here. Her voice came through their connection, steady despite the circumstances. I followed them in. Currently hiding in the East Wing. The snake is with Voldemort in his private chambers. Distance? 50 meters. 2 floors up. At least a dozen Death Eaters between us. Can you reach it without being detected? A pause. Unlikely. The wards are extensive. Any significant magical action will be noticed. Hadrian leaned against the cell wall, thinking. The plan had been to get close to the snake and destroy it with the basilisk fang hidden in his boot. They'd overlooked it during the search, too focused on obvious weapons. But if Albedo couldn't reach it without triggering alarms. Change of plans, he said. I'll have to get Voldemort to bring the snake to me. How? By giving him what he wants. Hadrian smiled grimly. Answers. Morning came slowly in the cell. Hadrian spent the time preparing, mentally, magically, reviewing every contingency. When the cell door finally opened and Death Eaters hauled him out, he was ready. They brought him to a grand chamber, Lucius Malfoy's study, he guessed, repurposed into a throne room for the Dark Lord. Voldemort sat in a high-backed chair, Nagini coiled at his feet, surrounded by his inner circle. Bellatrix Lestrange. Antonin Dolohov. Fenrir Greyback. The worst of the worst, watching with hungry eyes. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. Or do you prefer your new name? Hadrian. He kept his voice steady. Though I suspect names don't matter much to you. You're correct. Names are for the living, and you won't be living much longer. Voldemort leaned forward. But first, I want to understand something. How did you destroy my Horcruxes? You're what? Don't play games with me, boy. Voldemort's voice sharpened. The cup. The locket. The ring. The diadem. 4 anchors, destroyed in less than a month. I want to know how you found them. How you knew what they were. How you neutralized their protections. Hadrian considered his options. He could lie, but Voldemort would probably see through it. He could stay silent, but that would just result in torture. Or basilisk venom, he said. Destroys anything. Even soul anchors. That's the method. I want to know the source of your knowledge. Your enemies aren't as disorganized as you think. Hadrian shrugged. Dumbledore's been hunting Horcruxes for years. He just never had the resources to destroy them until I came along. Dumbledore. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted. Always Dumbledore. The old fool thinks he can defeat me through his precious prophecy child. Maybe he can. No. Voldemort rose, descending from his throne. He can't. Because the prophecy was always about me, not about you. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, that power was never yours. It was mine, reflected back. You're nothing but a vessel for a fragment of my soul. Am I? Hadrian met his red eyes. Are you sure about that? Something flickered across Voldemort's face. Uncertainty, quickly suppressed. What do you mean? Check. Hadrian tapped his forehead. The scar. The connection. See for yourself. Voldemort hesitated. Then he raised his wand and pointed it at Hadrian's head. Legilimens. The mental probe hit like a hammer. Hadrian felt it pushing into his mind, searching for the familiar darkness, the fragment of soul that should have been there. Finding nothing. Voldemort recoiled. Impossible. Surprise. Hadrian grinned. Your Horcrux was removed 3 years ago. I haven't been connected to you since I was 14. Everything you thought you knew about me, all those confident assumptions, were based on outdated information. The Dark Lord's composure cracked. How? The soul bond is permanent, maybe in wizarding magic. My family has access to other methods. Hadrian lowered his voice. You've been chasing a ghost, Tom. Building plans around a weapon that doesn't exist. And now you've brought me here, behind your wards, surrounded by your followers, thinking I was helpless. Understanding dawned in Voldemort's eyes. This was a trap. This was a trap. Hadrian moved. The basilisk fang was in his hand before anyone could react. He lunged, not for Voldemort but for Nagini, driving the poisoned blade toward the snake's head. Voldemort's shield spell caught him mid-strike, hurling him backward. But Hadrian twisted in the air, through the fang, it missed the snake by inches. Buried itself in the floor. Useless. Kill him. Voldemort screamed. Death Eaters raised their wands. Killing curses flew. Hadrian dodged, rolled, came up fighting with magic he hadn't shown before, Yggdrasil combat spells that burned the air and shattered stone. But there were too many of them, and they had the advantage of numbers. A curse caught him in the shoulder. Another grazed his leg. He went down, struggling to rise, watching as Bellatrix Lestrange advanced with her wand raised and murder in her eyes. Say goodbye, Potter, the wall exploded. Albedo came through it like a force of nature, wings spread, transformed into her true combat form. She was terrible and beautiful, a creature of nightmare and legend, and her first strike took Bellatrix's head clean off. "About time," Hadrian gasped. "Shut up and fight." She threw him a weapon, a proper sword, materialized from somewhere, and they stood back to back as the Death Eaters recovered from their shock and attacked. It was chaos. Spells flew in all directions. Albedo carved through enemies like they were made of paper, her superior strength and speed overwhelming any resistance. Hadrian held his own, covering her blind spots, taking down any Death Eater foolish enough to target him. But Voldemort was still alive. And so was the snake. "Nagini," the Dark Lord commanded. "To me." The snake slithered toward its master, trying to reach safety. Hadrian saw his chance and took it, broke from the fight, sprinted across the room, and dove for the creature. Voldemort's curse hit him in the back. Pain beyond anything he'd ever experienced. His body spasmed, muscles locking, vision going white. He heard Albedo scream his name. Heard Voldemort laughing. But his hand was on the snake. And the basilisk Fang, the second one, hidden in his other boot, was already in his grip. He drove it home. Nagini shrieked. Voldemort shrieked louder. No. The Dark Lord's power lashed out, raw and uncontrolled. It hit Hadrian like a wall, sent him flying, slammed him into the far corner of the room. He felt bones break. Tasted blood. But through the haze of pain, he saw Voldemort stagger. Saw the light in those red eyes dim, just slightly. "You." Voldemort's voice was a rasp. "You've destroyed." 5 down, Hadrian managed. 1 to go. The last Horcrux. Voldemort himself. Albedo appeared at his side, scooping him up, her wings folding around them both. "Hold on." A portal opened, emergency extraction, triggered automatically. They fell through it just as Voldemort's killing curse passed through the space where they'd been. Then they were gone, and the Dark Lord's screams of rage followed them into the void. Hadrian woke up in Nazaric's medical wing. Again. "You have to stop doing this," Albedo said. She was sitting beside his bed, exactly where she'd been the last time he'd nearly died. "Worked, didn't it?" His voice was weak, but there was satisfaction in it. "You were clinically dead for 47 seconds. We had to restart your heart 3 times. Her hand found his. "Hadrian. I mean it. If you die on me, I know." He squeezed her fingers. "I'm sorry. But it worked. The snake is dead. Voldemort only has his main soul left. He can be killed now, permanently. And that's supposed to make me feel better. It's supposed to mean that all of this was worth something." Hadrian turned his head to look at her. "One more fight. One more battle. Then it's over. We can have the life we planned." Albedo was silent for a long moment. Then she leaned down and kissed him, soft and tender and full of things she'd never learned to say. "One more fight," she whispered against his lips. "And then you're mine. No more suicidal heroics. No more nearly dying. You're going to live a long, boring life, and I'm going to be there to make sure of it." "That sounds perfect." "It better." She kissed him again, and for a little while, the war felt very far away. Chapter 6, Declaration. Albedo's reaction was exactly what Hadrian expected. "No. You haven't even heard what I'm thinking, I don't need to hear it." "The answer is no." She was pacing his chambers, wings flared, fury radiating off her in waves. "Voldemort sends you a letter asking you to meet alone, and you're actually considering it? After everything? After he nearly killed you twice? I'm not considering walking into a trap." Hadrian kept his voice calm. "I'm considering what he might actually want. He wants you dead. If that were true, why send a letter? Why not just attack?" Hadrian leaned forward in his chair. "Think about it, Albedo. Voldemort is desperate. His forces are gone, his Horcruxes are destroyed, and he knows I'll keep hunting him until one of us is dead. What does he gain from a meeting? Time. Information. A chance to set up an ambush. Maybe. Or maybe he's looking for a way out. Albedo stopped pacing. A way out? Voldemort is many things, but he's not stupid. He knows his position is untenable. He can run forever, but eventually, we'll catch up. Unless. Hadrian spread his hands. Unless he finds some angle I haven't considered. Some leverage. What leverage could he possibly have? That's what I want to find out. Hadrian stood and crossed to where Albedo was standing. I'm not going to walk into Hogsmeade alone and trust him to keep his word. But I am going to meet with him, on my terms, with backup in place, ready to extract at the first sign of trouble. Just like the last time. No. Better than last time. He reached for her hands. Albedo. I need to do this. Not just for strategy, for myself. Voldemort knows things about my parents. About my history. Things I've never been able to find anywhere else. And you think he'll tell you the truth? I think he'll tell me something. And something is more than I have now. Albedo stared at him for a long moment. Her fury was still there, but underneath it, Hadrian could see something else. Understanding. Resignation. I'm coming with you, she said finally. The letter said alone, I don't care what the letter said. I'll stay hidden, out of sight, but I'm going to be there. If he tries anything, I'll kill him before he can blink. Hadrian smiled slightly. Was that a compromise? It's the only one you're getting. She pulled him closer, pressing her forehead to his. I can't lose you, Hadrian. Not now. Not when we're so close to the end. You won't lose me. Promise? Promise. She kissed him, hard, desperate, full of fear, and he kissed her back, trying to convey everything he couldn't say with words. When they finally broke apart, her eyes were suspiciously bright. 3 days, she said. That's how long we have to prepare. Then we'd better get started. The preparations were extensive. Demiurge coordinated surveillance, deploying shadow demons throughout Hogsmeade to map every building, every alley, every possible escape route. Ainz provided enchantments, emergency port keys, protective amulets, contingency spells that would activate automatically if Hadrian was incapacitated. Albedo personally oversaw the strike team that would be waiting just outside the village, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. She drilled them relentlessly, running scenarios, anticipating every possible way the meeting could go wrong. You're being paranoid, Shaltir observed on the second day. I'm being thorough. Albedo's voice was ice. There's a difference. Is there? Albedo didn't dignify that with a response. Hadrian spent his time differently. He researched, diving into every scrap of information Nazarick had on Voldemort, the Potters, the First Wizarding War. He talked to Sirius, extracting every memory, every story, every detail about James and Lily that his godfather could provide. Why now? Sirius asked on the eve of the meeting. Why the sudden interest? Voldemort claims he has information about them. I want to know enough to tell if he's lying. And if he isn't? Hadrian was quiet for a moment. Then I want to be ready for whatever truth he's offering. Sirius studied him with sad eyes. You've changed so much, Harry. Sometimes I look at you and I can barely recognize the baby I used to hold. I'm still here. Hadrian reached out and gripped his godfather's shoulder. Just, more complicated. Aren't we all? Sirius pulled him into a hug, brief but fierce. Be careful tomorrow. Whatever Voldemort says, whatever he offers, remember who he is. What he's done. I will. Midnight came cold and clear. Hogsmeade was empty, evacuated earlier that day on Dumbledore's orders, the residents relocated to Hogwarts until the situation resolved. The village sat silent and dark, snow beginning to fall from a black sky. Hadrian walked down the main street alone. His enchantments hummed against his skin. His sword hung at his hip. Somewhere behind him, hidden by magic and distance, Albedo waited with 60 of Nazric's finest warriors. He wasn't alone. But he had to appear alone. The 3 broomsticks came into view, the designated meeting place, according to the letter. Its windows were dark, its door slightly ajar. Hadrian pushed it open and stepped inside. Voldemort was waiting. The Dark Lord sat at a table near the back, 2 glasses of wine in front of him. He looked different. Less monstrous, somehow. His skin had regained some color, his features had softened slightly. He almost looked human. "You came," Voldemort said. "You expected me to. I hoped you would." Voldemort gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Please. Sit." Hadrian didn't move. "I'll stand." "As you wish." Voldemort picked up one of the wine glasses and took a measured sip. "I must admit, I wasn't certain you'd accept my invitation. Our last encounter was contentious. You tried to kill me. And you destroyed my Horcruxes, killed my followers, and dismantled everything I'd built." Voldemort's voice was mild. "We've both given cause for grievance. Why am I here, Voldemort? What do you actually want?" The Dark Lord set down his glass. "Straight to business, then." "Very well." He leaned back in his chair. "I'm offering you a deal." "What kind of deal?" "The only kind that matters. My life for information." Voldemort's red eyes met Hadrian's steadily. "I know things, Hadrian. Things you want to know. About your parents. About the night they died. About what really happened and why. Dumbledore already told me. Dumbledore told you what he wanted you to believe." Voldemort's voice sharpened. "Did he tell you why he really left you with the Dursleys? Did he tell you about the tracking charms he placed on you, monitoring your every move? Did he tell you about the other prophecy, the one that predicted not your victory but your corruption?" Hadrian's breath caught. "What other prophecy?" "Ah. I thought that might interest you." Voldemort smiled thinly. "There are many things the old man kept hidden. I'm offering to share them, all of them, in exchange for one simple concession." "Which is?" "Let me live." Silence stretched between them. Hadrian's mind was racing, processing, analyzing. "You want me to just let you go? I want you to stop hunting me. Let me disappear, truly disappear this time. No more Dark Lords, no more Death Eaters, no more war." Voldemort spread his hands. "I'm tired, Hadrian. More tired than you can imagine. I've been fighting for 60 years, and what has it gotten me? My followers are dead or scattered. My legacy is ashes. Even my immortality is gone. You expect me to believe you'd just retire? Why not? I've achieved nothing. Changed nothing. The wizarding world is exactly as stagnant and pathetic as it was when I first declared war on it." Bitterness crept into Voldemort's voice. "I thought I could reshape it. Force it to evolve. Instead, I've just made everyone cling more tightly to their traditions and prejudices. So you're giving up?" "I'm choosing survival over ideology." Voldemort leaned forward. "I'm choosing to live, Hadrian. The same choice you made, all those years ago, when you fell through a dimensional rift and landed in Nazric. We're not so different, you and I. We're nothing alike. Aren't we? Both orphans. Both raised by people who saw us as tools or threats. Both pursuing power because it was the only way to control our own fates." Voldemort's voice softened. "I know what made you, Hadrian. I know the loneliness, the hunger, the desperation. I felt it too, once. And you responded by becoming a monster. And you responded by joining monsters. Voldemort's smile turned cold. Don't pretend you're innocent. I know about the things you've done. The people you've killed. The moral compromises you've made. You're not a hero, you're a survivor who's learned to justify his survival. Hadrian wanted to argue. Wanted to deny it. But something in Voldemort's words rang true, and that was the most disturbing thing of all. The information, he said quietly. Tell me what you know. First, the deal. I'm not agreeing to anything until I know what I'm buying. Voldemort considered this. Then he nodded slowly. Your mother. He spoke the words carefully, like they had weight. Lily Potter. Did you know she was once my student? That's impossible. She was a Gryffindor. She fought against you, before that. Before Hogwarts. Before she even knew she was a witch. Voldemort's eyes were distant, remembering. I found her when she was 8 years old. A magical prodigy in a Muggle suburb, making flowers bloom and calling fire with her bare hands. I recruited her, trained her, taught her the foundations of magic that Hogwarts never touches. You're lying. I'm telling you what no one else ever has. Lily Evans was my apprentice for 2 years. She was brilliant, the most talented witch I'd ever encountered. I had such plans for her. A hint of genuine emotion entered his voice. And then Dumbledore found out and took her away from me. Poisoned her mind against me. Turned her into a weapon for his precious order. Hadrian's chest was tight. Even if that's true, what does it matter? She still died fighting you. She still sacrificed herself to save me. Yes. Because by then, she had no choice. But before that, before Dumbledore, before Hogwarts, before any of it, Lily and I were something like friends. I taught her. Protected her. Helped her understand what she was. And then you murdered her. I murdered a soldier who stood between me and my objective. The woman I knew died years earlier, when Dumbledore finished remaking her in his image. Voldemort's voice hardened. That's what the old man does, Hadrian. He takes potential and shapes it to serve his purposes. He did it to your mother. He would have done it to you, if he'd gotten the chance. The words hit harder than Hadrian wanted to admit. There's more, Voldemort continued. About the prophecy. About what really happened the night I came for you. Tell me. The deal first. Hadrian stood frozen, mind churning. Everything Voldemort said could be lies, elaborate deceptions designed to manipulate him. But some of it felt true in a way he couldn't explain. And the possibility that his mother had history with the Dark Lord, that there were layers to her story he'd never known. If I agree, he said slowly, how do I know you'll keep your word? You don't. Just as I don't know you'll keep yours. Voldemort stood, moving around the table to stand face to face with Hadrian. But consider this, what do I gain from lying? You'll kill me eventually regardless. My only hope is that you believe me enough to let me go. That's not much of a guarantee. It's all I have. Voldemort's voice dropped. Make your choice, Hadrian. Information and peace, or ignorance and endless war. The decision is yours. Outside the Three Broomsticks, Albedo was going slowly insane. The surveillance spells showed Hadrian and Voldemort talking, but the privacy wards around the building blocked audio. She could see them getting closer, see Hadrian's tense posture and Voldemort's calculating expression, but she couldn't hear a word. Something's wrong, she muttered. They're just talking, Demiurge said through the communication crystal. As expected. It's taking too long. Hadrian wouldn't spend this much time just listening to lies. Perhaps the Dark Lord is a more convincing liar than anticipated. Albedo didn't respond. Her entire body was coiled tight, ready to strike, waiting for the signal that something had gone wrong. It didn't come. Minutes stretched into an hour. Hadrian and Voldemort sat across from each other, talking in low voices that the wards refused to transmit. Sometimes Hadrian looked angry. Sometimes confused. Sometimes something worse, something like doubt. He's getting to him, Albedo realized. Whatever Voldemort is saying, it's working. Should we intervene? Not yet. Hadrian gave explicit orders, we don't move unless there's an immediate threat to his life. Albedo's hands clenched into fists. But the moment that changes. Understood. The waiting continued. Inside, Hadrian was struggling. Voldemort had been talking for nearly an hour, laying out a version of history that contradicted everything Hadrian thought he knew. Lily Evans as a dark magic prodigy, recruited and trained by the young Tom Riddle. James Potter as an arrogant bully who won Lily's heart through persistence and social pressure, not genuine affection. Dumbledore as a manipulator who engineered the Potters' involvement in the war specifically to fulfill the prophecy. He needed a sacrifice, Voldemort explained. The prophecy said, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born to those who have thrice defied him. Dumbledore made sure your parents defied me 3 times. He practically orchestrated the confrontations. That's insane. Is it? Or is it exactly the kind of long-game planning that Dumbledore is famous for? Voldemort's voice was soft, reasonable. He's playing chess while everyone else plays checkers, Hadrian. You've known this all along. The question is whether you have the courage to admit it. Even if everything you're saying is true, it doesn't change what you did. You still killed them. You still tried to kill me. I did what the prophecy demanded. Neither can live while the other survives. One of us had to act first. Voldemort spread his hands. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for understanding. We were both pawns in a larger game, you, me, your parents, everyone. The only way to stop being pawns is to step off the board entirely. And you think I can do that? Just, walk away. Pretend none of this happened. I think you can choose what happens next. Voldemort's red eyes burned with intensity. The war is effectively over. My forces are gone, my power is broken. All that remains is the personal vendetta between us. And I'm offering to end it, peacefully, permanently, if you'll let me. Hadrian was quiet for a long moment. The other prophecy, he said finally. The one you mentioned earlier. Tell me about that. Voldemort nodded slowly. It was made the same night as the first, by the same seer. Sybil Trelawney, in one of her genuine trances. But this one Dumbledore suppressed, destroyed all evidence of, except for my own memory. What did it say? The one marked as equal shall rise from darkness to claim dominion over death itself. Neither light nor dark shall contain him. He shall build a throne upon the bones of old gods and new, and all the world shall tremble before his choice. The words hung in the air between them. That could mean anything, Hadrian said. It could. Or it could mean exactly what it sounds like, that you're destined for something beyond this petty conflict between me and Dumbledore. Something larger. Voldemort leaned forward. I believe that prophecy is why Dumbledore was so desperate to control you. Not because you could defeat me, but because you might become something he couldn't control at all. And what do you believe? I believe you've already become that thing. Voldemort's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Raised by creatures from another dimension. Trained in magics that shouldn't exist. Bonded to a dragon and loved by a demon. You're not a wizard anymore, Hadrian. You're something new. Something the world has never seen. Is that supposed to be a compliment? It's supposed to be the truth. Voldemort stood. I've told you everything I know. The decision is yours now. Kill me and continue being Dumbledore's weapon, or let me go and start being whatever you actually want to be. Hadrian rose as well, facing the Dark Lord across the narrow space between them. Everything Voldemort said could be lies. Manipulation. An elaborate ploy to escape justice. But some of it felt true. And the prophecy, the idea that he was destined for something beyond this war, resonated with something deep inside him. "If I let you go," he said slowly, "and you ever return. Ever threaten anyone I care about. Ever try to rebuild what you've lost, you'll kill me. I understand." Voldemort's voice was calm. "I have no intention of testing that promise." "Then go." The word felt strange on Hadrian's tongue. Heavy. Final. Disappear. "And pray I never have reason to look for you again." Voldemort studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression, not gratitude exactly, but something close to respect. "You've surprised me again, Hadrian Potter." He moved toward the door. "I suspect you'll keep surprising the world for a very long time." He paused at the threshold. "One more thing. Your mother, Lily. Before she died, before everything went wrong, she made me promise something. If anything ever happened to her, if the war claimed her the way it claimed so many others." Voldemort's voice cracked slightly. "She made me promise to tell her child the truth. That she never stopped loving the magic I showed her. That part of her always remained in the darkness, even when she chose the light." "Why would she make you promise that?" "Because she knew me. Knew that I always keep my promises, even to my enemies." Voldemort smiled, a thin, sad expression. "Goodbye, Hadrian. I don't expect we'll meet again." He walked out into the snow and vanished. Albedo found Hadrian still standing in the empty pub, staring at nothing. "What happened?" she demanded. "I saw him leave." "Why didn't you?" "I let him go." "You what?" "I let him go." Hadrian turned to face her. His expression was strange, calm but distant, like he was processing something enormous. "He had information. About my mother. About prophecies. About things I needed to know. And you believed him?" Albedo's voice rose. "You believed the Dark Lord who's been trying to kill you for your entire life?" "I believed some of it." "Enough." Hadrian moved toward the door. "We should go. There's nothing more to do here." "Hadrian." Albedo grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop. "Talk to me. What happened in there?" He looked at her for a long moment. Then something in his face softened, and he pulled her into his arms. "I'll tell you everything," he murmured against her hair. "I promise. But not here. Not now. I need time to process." "Process what?" "The possibility that everything I thought I knew was wrong." Albedo wanted to argue. Wanted to demand answers. But she could feel Hadrian trembling against her, could feel the magnitude of whatever had happened pressing down on him. "Okay," she said quietly. "Let's go home." The next few days were strange. Hadrian sequestered himself in his chambers, refusing visitors, barely eating. He spent hours staring at old photographs of his parents, reading and rereading the intelligence files on Lily Evans, trying to piece together a history that might or might not exist. Albedo hovered nearby, worried but patient. She understood that some things had to be processed alone. On the third day, Ainz summoned them both to the throne room. "I've received troubling news," the overlord said. "Word of Voldemort's escape has reached the wizarding world. They're not taking it well." "Escape?" Hadrian frowned. "I let him go deliberately." "I know. But they don't. The official story is that Voldemort fought his way past our forces and fled. The Ministry is panicking. The Order of the Phoenix is demanding answers." "Dumbledore," Ainz paused. "Dumbledore has requested an emergency meeting." "Of course he has. Will you see him?" Hadrian considered. Part of him wanted to refuse, to hide in Nazarick forever, away from the complications of the wizarding world. But that wasn't who he was. Wasn't who he wanted to be. Yes, he said. I'll see him. Dumbledore arrived that evening, looking older than Hadrian had ever seen him. They met in the round table room, just the two of them. Ainz had offered to be present, but Hadrian declined. This was personal. You let him go, Dumbledore said without preamble. Voldemort. You had him at your mercy, and you let him walk away. I made a choice. A choice that puts the entire wizarding world at risk. Dumbledore's voice rose, the first time Hadrian had ever heard him lose composure. He'll rebuild. He'll return. Everything we've fought for, no, he won't. Hadrian cut him off. Voldemort is broken. Truly broken. He has no followers, no resources, no Horcruxes. He's running because it's all he has left. And you know this how? Because he told you. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp. He's a master manipulator, Hadrian. Whatever he said to you, he told me about Lily. Dumbledore went very still. He told me she was his apprentice. Before Hogwarts. Before you. Hadrian watched the headmaster's face carefully. He told me you took her away from him and remade her into what you needed her to be. Is it true? Silence stretched between them. Dumbledore's face was unreadable, but there was something behind his eyes that looked almost like pain. Lily was complicated, the old wizard said finally. More complicated than anyone realized. Tom found her before I did, yes. Taught her things that would have led her down a dark path. When I discovered their connection, I intervened. You mean you manipulated her? I mean I gave her a choice. She could continue learning from Tom Riddle, becoming whatever he wanted her to be, or she could come to Hogwarts and find her own path. Dumbledore's voice softened. She chose the light, Hadrian. On her own. I didn't force her. But you didn't tell me any of this. Ever. What good would it have done? You were a child, being hunted by the man who killed your parents. The last thing you needed was to know that your mother once studied under him. That wasn't your decision to make. Perhaps not. Dumbledore bowed his head. I've made many mistakes, Hadrian. With you, with your parents, with countless others. I thought I was doing what was best. I thought I was protecting people from truths they couldn't handle. And the second prophecy? The one about me rising from darkness? Dumbledore looked up sharply. He told you about that. Is it true? A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes. Sybil Trelawney made 2 prophecies that night. The first, the one everyone knows, marked you as Voldemort's destined enemy. The second. He trailed off. The second marked me as something worse. Something you couldn't control. Something beyond my understanding, Dumbledore corrected quietly. I suppressed it because I didn't know what to do with it. How to prepare you for a destiny that seemed so vast and terrifying. So you prepared me for nothing instead. Let me grow up abused and ignorant while you watched from afar. Dumbledore stopped. For the first time, he seemed at a loss for words. Hadrian stood, looking down at the old wizard. You've been playing games with people's lives for 100 years, Dumbledore. My mother. My father. Me. Everyone caught in the web of your grand designs. His voice was cold. I'm done being part of it. Voldemort is gone. The war is over. And whatever happens next, it happens without your involvement. Hadrian, this conversation is over. Hadrian moved toward the door. You can show yourself out. He left Dumbledore sitting alone in the round table room, staring at nothing. That night, Hadrian made an announcement. He gathered the floor guardians in the throne room, with Ainz presiding and Albedo at his side. The tension in the room was palpable, everyone knew something significant was happening. The war with Voldemort is over, Hadrian declared. The Dark Lord has been defeated, his forces destroyed, his threat neutralized. As of today, Nazaric's involvement in Wizarding World affairs is concluded. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. But that doesn't mean our work is done. Hadrian stepped forward, meeting the eyes of each guardian in turn. We've built something here. A home. A family. A power that rivals anything the world has seen. The question now is what we do with it. Conquest? Shaltir suggested eagerly. No. Not conquest. Hadrian shook his head. We've proven we can destroy. Now I want to prove we can build. Create something lasting. Something that isn't just about power or fear. What did you have in mind? Demiurge asked. Hadrian took a deep breath. A sanctuary. A place where people who don't belong anywhere else can find a home. Orphans. Outcasts. Refugees. Anyone who's been abandoned or betrayed by the systems that were supposed to protect them. You want to turn Nazarick into a charity? Shaltir sounded appalled. I want to turn Nazarick into what it was always meant to be. A home. Hadrian looked at Ainz. That's why the supreme beings built this place, isn't it? Not for conquest, but for belonging. A guild where people who didn't fit anywhere else could find their tribe. Ainz was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Yes, he said softly. That's exactly what Nazarick was meant to be. Then that's what will make it again. Hadrian turned back to the Guardians. I'm not asking you to change who you are. Just to expand what we're fighting for. Not just Nazarick. Not just ourselves. But everyone who needs what we can offer. Silence stretched through the throne room. Then Albedo stepped forward. I follow Hadrian, she said simply. Wherever he leads. One by one, the others followed. Demiurge. Cositus. Shaltir, reluctantly. Mare and Aura. Even Pandora's actor, with characteristic dramatic flourish. Then it's decided, Ainz declared. Nazarick enters a new era. Not as conquerors, but as sanctuary. Not as destroyers, but as builders. His red eyes gleamed. Let the worlds tremble before that. Later, alone with Albedo, Hadrian finally let himself relax. You did well today, she said. The speech. The vision. You sounded like a true leader. I felt like I was making it up as I went along. That's what leadership is. She settled against him on the couch, her wings folding around them both. Having to decide things when you don't have all the answers. Speaking of decisions. Hadrian turned to face her. There's something I've been wanting to talk to you about. Oh. Us. Our future. He took her hands. I know we've discussed it before, the immortality problem, the long-term planning, but I've been doing more research. Found some options I think might work. Albedo's expression grew serious. What kind of options? The best one is something from Yggdrasil lore. A ritual that bonds two souls together, sharing lifespan between them. If performed between an immortal and a mortal, it essentially makes them both immortal, their life forces sustaining each other indefinitely. That sounds too good to be true. There's a catch. The bond is permanent. Unbreakable. If one partner dies, the other dies too. And during the ritual, there's a period of vulnerability where both participants could be killed by any significant trauma. Albedo was quiet for a long moment. You're asking me to share my immortality with you. I'm asking if you'd want to. No pressure. No expectations. I just wanted you to know the option exists. She stared at him with those golden eyes, the ones he'd fallen in love with despite everything, the ones that saw him more clearly than anyone else ever had. You're an idiot, she said finally. I know. You should have asked me months ago. I know that too. She kissed him, fierce and possessive and full of promise. Yes, she whispered against his lips. Of course yes. I want forever with you, Hadrian. I've wanted it since the first time I admitted to myself how I felt. Then we'll make it happen. He pulled her closer. Together. Together. Word spread quickly through both worlds. The Dark Lord Voldemort had been defeated, not killed, but broken, his power shattered beyond recovery. The Wizarding War was over. And the mysterious Nazarick, the dimension of monsters that had played such a crucial role, was opening its doors to a new purpose. Reactions were mixed. Some celebrated the end of the war. Others feared what Nazarick's new direction might mean. A few, a very few, began making their way toward this sanctuary they'd heard rumors about, hoping to find what they'd been searching for all their lives. Hadrian watched it all unfold from the surface above Nazarick, Albedo beside him, ether coiled at their feet. Second thoughts? Albedo asked. No. Just, thinking about how much has changed. From the boy who fell through a rift to this. He gestured at the world before them. Sometimes it doesn't feel real. It's real. Albedo took his hand. And it's only the beginning. I know. He smiled, a genuine smile, free of the weight he'd been carrying for so long. That's what makes it exciting. She leaned against him, and together they watched the sun rise over a world that was, slowly but surely, changing. And somewhere far away, in a corner of the globe where no one would think to look, a former Dark Lord sat alone in a small cottage, staring at his hands and wondering what to do with the life he'd been unexpectedly allowed to keep. The war was over. The future was just beginning. Chapter 7, The Boy Who Chose. 6 months after the war ended, Hadrian got married. The ceremony took place on the surface above Nazarick, in a meadow that Aura had spent weeks preparing. Wildflowers bloomed in impossible colors, blues and golds and silvers that existed nowhere else in any world. Ancient trees formed a natural cathedral around the clearing, their branches woven together to create a canopy of green and shadow. Guests had arrived from everywhere. The floor guardians stood in their formal attire, looking uncomfortable but present. Sirius was there, tears already streaming down his face before the ceremony even began. Tonks had come, along with Lupin and several other Order members who'd fought beside Hadrian in the final campaign. Even a few denizens of the New World had been invited, representatives from the Riestai's kingdom and the Baharuth Empire, curious about the Prince of Nazarick and his unusual bride. Dumbledore had not been invited. He'd sent a gift anyway, an ancient tome on soul-bonding rituals, with a note that simply read, "For whatever future you choose to build." Hadrian stood at the altar, a simple stone platform carved with Nazarick's sigil, waiting. Nervous? Ainz asked from beside him. The overlord had insisted on officiating, claiming it was his right as both ruler of Nazarick and Hadrian's father. Terrified, Hadrian admitted. But the good kind. There's a good kind. The kind that means you care about what's happening. Hadrian adjusted his collar for the 100th time. The kind that means this matters. Ah. Ainz nodded slowly. Yes. I remember that feeling. Before Hadrian could ask what he meant, the music started. It wasn't traditional wedding music, nothing about this ceremony was traditional. Instead, it was something Pandora's actor had composed specifically for the occasion, a piece that somehow managed to be both grand and intimate, powerful and tender. And then Albedo appeared. She walked down the aisle on Demiurge's arm, since there was no one else appropriate to give her away. Her dress was white, a concession to human tradition that she'd initially resisted, but it was unlike any wedding dress Hadrian had ever seen. It flowed around her like liquid moonlight, accentuating her wings rather than hiding them. Her dark hair was crowned with flowers that matched the meadow. And her face was radiant. Nervous and hopeful and fierce and vulnerable, all at once. She looked at Hadrian like he was the center of the universe, and he realized he was looking at her the same way. She reached the altar. Demiurge stepped back. And suddenly it was just the two of them, standing face to face, about to bind their lives together forever. "We are gathered here," Ainz began, his voice carrying across the meadow, "to witness the union of two souls. Not just in marriage, but in something deeper. Something that transcends the boundaries of life and death, mortal and immortal, human and otherwise." Hadrian reached for Albedo's hands. They were trembling slightly. So were his. "Hadrian Olgaun, Prince of Nazareth, my son in all ways that matter." Ainz turned to him. "Do you enter this bond freely, knowing its permanence? Knowing that your life will be tied to hers for all eternity?" "I do," Hadrian said. His voice was steady. His heart wasn't. "Albedo, guardian overseer of Nazareth, my most trusted servant and companion." Ainz turned to her. "Do you enter this bond freely, knowing that you will share your immortality with a mortal? Knowing that his death would mean your own?" "I do," Albedo said. No hesitation. No doubt. "Then let the ritual begin." What followed was unlike any wedding ceremony either world had ever seen. Ainz guided them through ancient words and languages that hurt to pronounce. Magic gathered around them, visible as threads of light that wound between their clasped hands. Hadrian felt something shift inside him, a door opening, a connection forming, his soul reaching out toward Albedo's and finding her reaching back. The bond snapped into place. It wasn't painful. It was the opposite, a rush of warmth and completeness, like finding a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. He could feel Albedo now, not just beside him but inside him, her presence a constant warmth at the core of his being. "It is done," Ainz declared. "What was two is now one. Let no force in any world attempt to separate them." Hadrian pulled Albedo into his arms and kissed her. The crowd erupted into cheers, some enthusiastic, some confused, but all genuine. Shaltir was actually crying, though she'd deny it later. Cocytus made a sound like breaking glaciers that was apparently applause. And Sirius was sobbing openly, making no attempt to hide it. "I love you," Hadrian murmured against Albedo's lips. "I love you too." She pulled back slightly, golden eyes shining. "Husband. Wife." The word felt strange and wonderful and absolutely right. The reception lasted 3 days. Nazareth's hospitality was legendary, and Ainz had spared no expense. There was food from a dozen different worlds, entertainment ranging from traditional music to Pandora's actors' theatrical performances, which were either brilliant or terrible depending on who you asked, and enough alcohol to float a small ship. Hadrian and Albedo circulated through the crowd, accepting congratulations and well wishes. By the end of the first night, Hadrian's face hurt from smiling. "Having fun?" Sirius appeared at his elbow, looking happier than Hadrian had ever seen him. "More than I expected." Hadrian accepted a drink from a passing maid. "You. This is the strangest party I've ever attended, and I once saw James transfigure all of Slughorn's furniture into tap-dancing elephants." Sirius grinned. "But yeah. I'm having fun. It's good to see you happy, pup. It's good to be happy." They stood in companionable silence, watching the festivities. Across the room, Albedo was engaged in what looked like a very intense conversation with Shaltir, probably some kind of vampire politics Hadrian didn't understand. "Your mother would have loved this," Sirius said quietly. "She always wanted you to have a life. A real life, not just survival. I wish she could have been here. In a way, she is." Sirius placed a hand over his heart. "The people we've lost, they stay with us. Shape us. Everything you are, everything you've built, has Lily and James in it somewhere." Hadrian nodded slowly. He'd spent months thinking about what Voldemort had told him, about Lily's hidden history, about the choices she'd made, about the person she'd been before the war took everything. He'd never know the full truth. But he'd made peace with that. Some mysteries weren't meant to be solved. They were meant to be lived with. Thanks, Sirius. Hadrian pulled his godfather into a hug. For everything. Anytime, pup. Anytime. On the second day of the reception, an unexpected guest arrived. Hadrian was reviewing security reports. Even on his wedding celebration, some responsibilities couldn't wait, when a maid announced that someone was requesting an audience. Someone from outside. Who? Hadrian asked. He says his name is Tom. He claims you'll know what that means. Hadrian went very still. Send him to the private study. I'll see him alone. Hadrian, Albedo started. It's fine. He squeezed her hand. Trust me. The private study was a small room off the main celebration hall, warded against eavesdropping and other forms of surveillance. Hadrian found Voldemort waiting there, looking nothing like the Dark Lord he'd once been. His appearance had changed even more dramatically than the last time they'd met. He looked almost human now, still pale, still gaunt, but without the snake-like features that had marked him before. His eyes were dark brown instead of red. His hair was growing back, thin and gray. He looked like an old man. You came, Hadrian said. I wanted to see it for myself. The Prince of Nazarick, getting married to a demon. Voldemort's voice was dry. I had to be sure you were real. And now that you've seen. Now I wonder what I spent my life fighting for. Voldemort moved to the window, looking out at the celebration below. All those years of war, of scheming, of trying to reshape the world according to my vision. And in the end, a child from another dimension accomplished more by building than I ever did by destroying. Is that why you came? To tell me you're having an existential crisis? I came to give you a wedding gift. Voldemort reached into his robes and withdrew a small, ornate box. Consider it a peace offering. A final closing of the chapter between us. Hadrian took the box warily. Inside was a crystal vial filled with silvery liquid, memories, he realized. Pensive memories. What is this? Everything I have left of your mother. Voldemort's voice was quiet. The lessons I taught her. The conversations we had. The moments before Dumbledore took her away. He met Hadrian's eyes. I know you'll never trust me. I know I don't deserve forgiveness for what I've done. But these memories are genuine. I swear it on what's left of my magic. Hadrian stared at the vial. At the silvery light within, containing pieces of a past he'd never known. Why? He asked. Because Lily asked me to tell you the truth. And because. Voldemort trailed off. Because I want something of what I was to survive. Not the Dark Lord. Not Voldemort. Just Tom, the boy who once believed in magic, before everything went wrong. That's very human of you. Perhaps I'm becoming human again. Voldemort moved toward the door. Goodbye, Hadrian. I won't trouble you anymore. Voldemort. The former Dark Lord paused. Thank you. For the memories. And for. Hadrian hesitated. For showing me that even the worst of us can change. Something flickered across Voldemort's face. Not quite a smile, but close. We all have choices. That's what you've taught me. He opened the door. I hope you and your wife have a good life. A better one than I ever managed. He left. Hadrian stood alone in the study, holding the vial of memories, feeling something he'd never expected to feel. Closure. The third and final day of the reception ended with a surprise. Hadrian and Albedo were preparing to retire. They had a honeymoon planned, a tour of the new world's most beautiful locations, when Ainz requested their presence in the throne room. What's this about? Hadrian asked as they walked through the familiar corridors. I have no idea. Albedo's voice was suspicious. He's been secretive for weeks. I assumed it was wedding preparations, but... The throne room doors opened. Inside, all the floor guardians were assembled, along with Pandora's actor, the Pleiades, and dozens of other high-ranking denizens of Nazarick. Ainz stood before his throne, not sitting on it. That was unusual. Hadrian. Albedo. He gestured for them to approach. Thank you for indulging an old skeleton's whims. What's going on, father? Ainz was quiet for a moment. Then he reached up and removed the crown from his head, the symbol of his authority over Nazarick. I've ruled this tomb for a very long time, he said. First as a guild master, then as the last supreme being, then as an overlord building an empire in a strange new world. I've done things I'm proud of and things I regret. I've made friends and enemies and everything in between. He descended the steps, crown still in his hands. But the world is changing. Nazarick is changing. And I think it's time for me to change too. He stopped in front of Hadrian. I'm stepping down, he said simply. As supreme being of Nazarick. I'm passing the throne to you. The room erupted in shocked murmurs. Even Albedo looked stunned. Father, you can't, I can. And I am. Ainz pressed the crown into Hadrian's hands. You've earned this, Hadrian. Not through blood or inheritance, but through action. Through becoming the kind of leader Nazarick needs for its next chapter. But what about you? Where will you go? Nowhere, at first. I'll stay and advise, help with the transition. Ainz's voice softened. But eventually, I think I'd like to travel. See the worlds I've spent so long ruling from a distance. Experience things instead of commanding them. You want to retire? I want to rest. For the first time, Hadrian heard genuine weariness in his father's voice. I've been carrying this burden for longer than you've been alive. It's time to put it down. Hadrian looked at the crown in his hands. It was lighter than he expected, but the weight of what it represented was immense. I don't know if I'm ready for this. No one ever is. Ainz placed his hands on Hadrian's shoulders. But you're more ready than you think. You have vision. Compassion. The ability to see beyond conquest to something greater. That's what Nazarick needs now, not a warlord, but a builder. And if I make mistakes? You will. Constantly. That's what leadership is. Ainz's red eyes glowed with something that might have been pride. But you'll learn from them. Grow from them. Become the ruler I always hoped you could be. Hadrian stood frozen, the crown heavy in his hands, the future stretching out before him vast and terrifying and full of possibility. Then Albedo stepped forward and placed her hand over his. Together, she said quietly. Remember? He looked at her, his wife, his partner, the demon who'd somehow become the center of his world, and felt his fear recede. Together, he agreed. He raised the crown and placed it on his head. The room erupted into cheers. The floor guardians knelt, pledging their loyalty to the new supreme being. And Ainz, for the first time in longer than anyone could remember, simply smiled. The coronation ceremony happened a week later. It was a grander affair than the wedding, with representatives from every territory Nazarick controlled and many they didn't. The message was clear, a new era had begun. The Prince of Nazarick had become its king. Hadrian stood on the throne room's raised platform, Albedo at his side, looking out at the assembled masses. Humans and demons and monsters and everything in between, all united under a single banner. I stand before you today not as a conqueror, he began, but as a guardian. Nazarick was built to be a home, a place where those who don't belong anywhere else can find their tribe. For too long, we've been focused on expansion, on power, on proving our strength to the world. He paused, letting the words sink in. That ends today. From this moment forward, Nazarick's purpose is not domination but protection. Not destruction but creation. We will still defend what's ours, fiercely, without mercy. But we will also build sanctuaries for the lost. Havens for the hunted. A future worth fighting for. The crowd was silent, hanging on every word. I know some of you doubt this vision. Doubt that someone raised among monsters can truly choose peace over war. But that's exactly why I believe in this path. Hadrian's voice strengthened. I've seen both sides. I've been the orphan no one wanted and the prince everyone feared. I know what it's like to have nothing and to have everything. And I'm telling you now, there's more to life than conquest. More to power than dominance. More to us than what we've been told we are. He raised his hand, and the Nazaric sigil blazed above him, transformed, now incorporating elements of both the old design and something new. Something hopeful. This is our declaration. To the worlds that fear us, we are not your enemies unless you make us so. To the lost and the abandoned, our doors are open. To everyone who's ever felt like they don't belong anywhere, you belong here. With us. With Nazaric. The cheers that followed shook the walls. After the ceremony, Hadrian escaped to the surface with Albedo. They sat together on the same hill where they'd stood so many times before, watching the stars emerge one by one. Ether was there too, the dragon curled around them protectively, his massive body radiating warmth against the cool night air. So, Albedo said. Supreme being of Nazaric. How does it feel? Terrifying. Hadrian laughed. Also exhilarating. Also like I might throw up. Very dignified. I try. She leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. You gave a good speech. I almost believed it. You don't. I believe you believe it. Whether it's actually possible. She shrugged. We'll find out, I suppose. That's the spirit. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. Somewhere below them, Nazaric hummed with activity, preparations for the new era, plans being made, futures being shaped. Do you ever think about how we got here? Hadrian asked eventually. From that first day when I fell into the throne room, to this? Sometimes. Albedo's voice was thoughtful. I remember thinking you were pathetic. A weak little human child, trembling and apologizing and taking up Ainz Sama's valuable time. Thanks for the reminder. I also remember the first time I realized I was wrong about you. She turned to look at him. It was during that sparring match with Shaltir. You'd been training for 3 months, and you still couldn't land a single hit on anyone. But you kept getting up. No matter how many times you fell, no matter how much pain you were in, you kept getting up. I didn't have much choice. Yes, you did. You could have given up. Could have accepted that you'd never be strong enough to matter. Instead, you decided that strength wasn't the only thing that mattered. Her golden eyes softened. That's when I started to see you differently. Not as a project or a burden, but as someone worth paying attention to. And look where that got you. Married to a former orphan who just inherited responsibility for an entire dimension. Wouldn't have it any other way. Hadrian kissed her softly. I love you. I love you too. She pulled back slightly. Now. About that honeymoon, still happening. I refuse to let a little thing like becoming supreme being interfere with our travel plans. Good. She smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile that still made his heart skip. I've been looking forward to having you all to myself for a while. Just a while. Well. Forever, technically. But let's start with a while and see how it goes. 1 year later, Nazaric had transformed. The sanctuary program was thriving. Refugees from a dozen different worlds had found homes within the tomb's vast halls, orphans from the wizarding world, outcasts from the new world's various kingdoms, and countless others who'd heard rumors of a place where the unwanted could belong. Hadrian had established schools within Nazaric, teaching not just combat magic but art, science, philosophy, everything he'd wished he'd had access to as a child. The graduates were beginning to make their mark on the world, spreading the values they'd learned, strength tempered by compassion, power wielded for protection rather than domination. The political landscape had shifted too. Nazarik's declaration of purpose had caught many off guard, but gradually, tentatively, some nations were beginning to view the tomb as a potential ally rather than a threat. Trade agreements were signed. Diplomatic relations were established. The world was changing, slowly but surely. And through it all, Hadrian and Albedo worked side by side. They'd developed a rhythm. He handled the visionary aspects of leadership, she handled the practical ones. They argued constantly about details, challenged each other's assumptions, and somehow always ended up stronger for it. "You're getting better at this," Albedo observed one evening, reviewing his latest policy proposal. "I had a good teacher. Several good teachers. I was just the most demanding." "True." Hadrian stretched, working out the kinks from a long day of meetings. "Any regrets?" "About what?" "Any of it. Marrying me. Giving up your position as guardian overseer to rule beside me. Betting your immortality on a former orphan with delusions of grandeur." Albedo set down the papers and crossed to where he sat. She lowered herself into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Not a single one," she said. "You. Only that I didn't find Nazarik sooner." He kissed her. "Only that I spent years being afraid of what I might become, instead of focusing on what I could build. And now? Now I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. With exactly who I'm supposed to be with." She kissed him back, longer this time, and for a while they forgot about policies and politics and everything except each other. 5 years after Hadrian became supreme being, Sirius Black died. It wasn't violent, no Death Eaters, no dark curses, no enemies seeking revenge. Just old age catching up with a man who'd spent too many years in Azkaban, whose body had never fully recovered from that nightmare. Hadrian was at his bedside when it happened. Sirius was lucid until the end, telling stories about James and Lily, laughing at old memories, making Hadrian promise to keep living fully. "I'm proud of you, pup," Sirius whispered near the end. "Prouder than I can say. You took everything the world threw at you and turned it into something beautiful. I had help. We all have help. The important thing is what we do with it." Sirius's eyes fluttered closed. "Tell James and Lily, tell them I'm sorry it took so long. Tell them I tried my best. I will. And Harry, Hadrian, yes. Thank you. For giving an old dog a reason to keep going." Sirius smiled. "It's been the best years of my life. Watching you grow. Seeing you happy. That's enough. That's more than enough." He slipped away peacefully, still smiling. Hadrian sat with him for a long time, holding his hand, letting the grief wash over him. When he finally emerged, Albedo was waiting. She didn't say anything. Just held him while he cried. 10 years after the coronation, Hadrian and Albedo welcomed their first child. It shouldn't have been possible, a human and a demon, a mortal and an immortal, two beings from entirely different worlds. But the soul bond had changed them both in ways they were still discovering. And somehow, impossibly, life had found a way. They named her Lily, after the mother Hadrian had never known. She had her father's eyes and her mother's wings, smaller, still developing, but unmistakably there. She was a hybrid of two worlds, two magics, two heritages. Something entirely new. "She's beautiful," Ainz said when he met his granddaughter. The former supreme being had been traveling for years, exploring the new world and beyond, but he'd returned for this. Some things were too important to miss. "She's going to be trouble," Hadrian said fondly, watching Lily grab at Ainz's bony fingers with tiny hands. "All the best ones are." Ainz looked at Hadrian with something like wonder. "You've built something extraordinary, you know. Not just the sanctuary, not just the reforms, this. A family. A future. Something I never thought possible for Nazarick. You built the foundation. I just added on. Perhaps. Ainz tilted his head. But you added something I couldn't. Hope. They stood together, 3 generations of Nazarick's leadership, watching the newest member of their family discover the world. 20 years after Hadrian became supreme being, he stood before the assembled leaders of a dozen nations, human and otherwise. The conference was being held in Nazarick, a symbol of how much had changed. Once, the very idea would have been unthinkable. Now, representatives from the Ainz kingdom, the Baharuth Empire, the slain theocracy, and even the reformed wizarding world sat together in Nazarick's grand hall, negotiating the terms of a lasting peace. We're proposing a mutual defense pact, Hadrian explained. Not an empire, not a conquest, a partnership. An agreement that none of us will stand alone against threats that concern us all. And what does Nazarick gain from this? The theocracy's representative asked suspiciously. Stability. Trade. The knowledge that our neighbors are allies rather than potential enemies. Hadrian met his gaze steadily. I've spent 20 years proving that Nazarick can be trusted. I'm asking you to take a chance on believing it. The negotiations were long and complicated, but in the end, they succeeded. The Alliance of Free Nations was born, a coalition that would reshape the political landscape for generations to come. At the celebration afterward, Albedo found Hadrian on a balcony, looking out at the stars. Congratulations, she said. You just changed history. We changed history. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Probably not. She smiled. But I'm willing to let you take the CR. He pulled her close. 20 years. Can you believe it? Honestly? No. She leaned into him. Sometimes I look at what we've built and I can't believe it's real. That any of it happened. It's real. Hadrian kissed her forehead. All of it. And we're just getting started. 50 years after Hadrian became supreme being, he watched his daughter take the throne. Lily had grown into a remarkable woman, brilliant and compassionate and fierce, with her father's vision and her mother's strength. She'd trained for this her entire life, preparing to lead Nazarick into its next chapter. Are you sure about this? She asked on the eve of her coronation. You could rule for centuries more. I could. But I've learned something from your grandfather. Hadrian smiled. There's a time to lead, and there's a time to let go. Nazarick doesn't need me anymore. It needs you. What will you do? What Ainz did. Travel. Explore. Spend time with your mother without the weight of responsibility on our shoulders. He pulled her into a hug. You're ready, Lily. More ready than I ever was. I don't feel ready. No one ever does. That's what makes it real. The coronation was everything Lily deserved, grand and beautiful and full of hope. Hadrian and Albedo watched from the crowd, hands clasped, as their daughter accepted the crown. We did good, Albedo murmured. We did. Hadrian squeezed her hand. And now we get to watch what she does next. 100 years after a starving orphan fell through a dimensional rift and landed in Nazarick, Hadrian Olgaun sat on a cliff overlooking an endless ocean. Albedo was beside him, as she'd been for a century. Ether dozed behind them, old now but still alive, his golden scales gleaming in the sunset light. The soul bond had extended Hadrian's life far beyond human limits, and he had no idea how much longer he had left. It didn't matter. Do you think we made the right choices? He asked. Which ones? All of them. The war. The peace. The sanctuary. The alliance. He gestured at the world around them. Everything we built. Albedo was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled. I think we made our choices. That's what matters. She took his hand. We couldn't control what the world threw at us. We could only control how we responded. And we responded by building something worth keeping. Even the mistakes. Especially the mistakes. They taught us what we needed to learn. She leaned against him. I wouldn't change anything, Hadrian. Not a single moment. Not even the parts where I almost died. Those parts one could do without. She laughed. But overall, I'd do it all again. Every bit of it. Hadrian looked at the sunset, at the world they'd helped shape, at the woman who'd stood beside him through everything. He'd started as a boy who had nothing. An orphan. A burden. Someone the world had tried to throw away. And he'd become something else entirely. A husband. A father. A leader. A builder of worlds. Not because destiny demanded it. Not because prophecy required it. Because he'd chosen it. I love you, he said. I love you too. Albedo pulled him closer. Forever. Forever. They sat together as the sun sank below the horizon, two souls bound together across time and space and dimensions. The boy who had been abandoned had found his home. The prince who had been expected to destroy had chosen to create. And the story, their story, was far from over. But that's a tale for another time. In the years that followed, songs would be sung about Hadrian Olgaun. Stories would be told. Legends would grow, becoming larger and stranger with each retelling. They would speak of the orphan who became a prince. The human who married a demon. The king who chose mercy over conquest, building over destruction, love over fear. They would debate whether he was hero or monster, saint or sinner. They would argue about his choices, his methods, his vision for the future. But one thing they would all agree on, he had been given every reason to embrace darkness. And he had chosen light. Not because it was easy. Not because it was safe. Not because anyone forced him to. Because in the end, that's what heroes do. They choose.